Hello there and welcome back to another edition of the Hot Lap Classic Remastered. This time we'll take a look at the 1999 Honda S2000 GT1. What a strange vehicle this is. This is our final S2000 and easily the craziest of them. This is a Gran Turismo original creation, a lot like the LM editions, which make you wonder why this wasn't an LM edition. Of course, in later Gran Turismos there would be an S2000 LM edition, and even Amuse, the tuning company, would actually basically build a homage to this car, the Amuse S2000 GT1, which is interesting. Admittedly, that car doesn't look quite as crazy as this one does with its louvered rear window and its huge roof scoop. It is an exquisite looking thing. It does really make you wonder why Honda never really used the S2000 as a race car more. I mean, I suppose they had the NSX right there, and that is sort of the marquee if you want, but, you know, I could see like an S2000 in GT300 or something. Bit of a shame it never happened. Or at least I don't think it did. Front engined rear-wheel drive, 586 horsepower, 960 kilos. This doesn't have a lot of torque, and front engined rear drive, not a lot of torque. I don't really know how this is going to get along, and something tells me this isn't going to be quite on the pace of the LM editions, but we'll see. Anyways, to find out how quick the Honda S2000 GT1 is, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The S2000 GT1 is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, again, I really have no idea. I sort of earmarked a couple of like random race cars. The Esprit GT1 is the slowest car with GT1 in its name. That's at a 29.1. There was also the NSX LM GT2. That's at a time of like a 29.2. But yeah. Other than that, I'm not really sure. I can't say I've ever really thought of this thing as being at the top tier of race cars, and judging by, don't get me wrong, that wasn't a fantastic lap, but that also isn't massively quick. I suppose if it's on that pace, I mean, it's nowhere near as bad to drive as the Tommy Kyra ZZ2 was, and it doesn't feel sort of as slow as that does, so I think we are going to beat the other sort of oddity Gran Turismo original race car in this game. But I'm not really sure what much more we've got after that. 29.592. So it is indeed quicker than the Tommy Kyra ZZ2. That's at a time like a 29.9, I think. In terms of driving, it's alright. I'm not sure what the tyre whips are on the back of this. I would hazard a guess from driving this stuff, they're probably not too different from the S2000 road car. It doesn't feel all that grippy at the rear end. It actually feels a little bit like the RX-7s in that sense, but maybe not quite as grippy or indeed as much sort of turbo power out of the corners, because, don't get me wrong, I know rotaries don't produce a whole lot of power, that's why they have turbochargers. Whereas this has a very high revving engine, but again, there's no real torque to push this one down with. 29.112, okay. I think that might actually just narrowly beat the Esprit, and apparently that was all I had left in me. Yeah, like I say, it's not a bad driving car per se. It's not really. For me, it's not on the speed of the LM editions. The LM editions, this doesn't really feel all that much like a race car, in all honesty. It feels, again, much like an RX-7, which is a highly tuned road car. That's sort of the overall feel I get out of this vehicle, as opposed to anything sort of quicker than that. But, yeah, it did pretty good. Considering sort of how it drives, I'd say that's pretty good. I think that final sector I could have been maybe a little bit quicker in. We'll see when the time breakdowns happen, but yeah, it felt alright. It felt pretty good. I felt that was a pretty strong lap out of the car. You can definitely extract performance from it. I think there could be a little bit more in there. Maybe like an extra 0.1. I don't think this would get into the 28 seconds. I don't think it'd be challenging the likes of the Elise GT1, the Chaser LM edition. Interestingly enough, that Chaser LM edition actually sort of very similar to this. Didn't really feel all that race car-y. But, yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good. Not bad. A 29.112 will place this into 114th place. Goes in between the Subaru Impreza WRX STI Wagon version 3 and the Nissan Skyline GTR V-Spec. It is quicker than a Lancia Delta HF Integrale rally car, the Roof BR2, WRX Sedan, Shelby Series 1, which was a very quick car actually. It is also quicker than the aforementioned Lotus Esprit GT1, NSX R LM GT2, and it absolutely puts the Tommy Kyra ZZ2 to shame. Yeah, good time, good car. I actually, to be honest with you, as much as it's not quite as quick as the likes of the Chaser LM edition, the Silvia LM edition, and the sort of original RX-7 LM edition, I would actually probably rather drive this than all three of them, to be honest, but it just doesn't feel very racy. I think if this was a true full-blooded LM edition and afforded all the sort of grip advantages and torque advantages that would give it, I think this would be sort of a 28.7, 28.6 car easily, but yeah, that's you can only deal with what you're given, and this is what I was given. And to be fair, they did pretty well. The 1998 Nissan Fairlady Z version S 2-seater twin turbo. This is the final Fairlady Z/300ZX to take on the course. A little bit of symmetry here. The Fairlady Z was actually, or one of them, was the second car to ever take on the course. And now, 600 cars later, 602nd car is this Fairlady Z. So, there you go. Nice little bit of symmetry there. The Fairlady's last dance. Now, in terms of Fairladies, they're all fairly similar, to be honest. Obviously, there are 11 of them, but they mainly come down into 2-seaters and 2x2s, and then your choice of natural aspiration or twin turbos. And between the 94 and the 98 cars, statistically, they're all virtually identical. All naturally aspirated cars get 399 horsepower. All twin turbo cars have 669 horsepower. So realistically, you should just go with the cheapest 2-seater twin turbo you can find. But that seemed like far too easy of a conclusion. So we're driving all of them. So in terms of actual differences, the 94s and 98s, the only real big difference to you, the player, will be the race mods are different. So in the 94s, you get an IMSA styled livery, very similar to the one found on the FedEx GT500 car in this game, well as the 98s have this Pennzoil inspired scheme. And while I don't think any 300ZX is raced in Pennzoil colours, or even raced outside of the US, because why would you race a Fairlady when you could just race the Skyline? I do think it really suits this car. It's a very good looking race mod, this, apart from the wing, which is a bit far too over-engineered. Even looks good in both colours it comes in. You can have this yellow, which of course is the Pennzoil yellow, or you can have this sort of grey-blue colour, which I also think looks really nice. So hopefully we can have a good time and send the Fairladies off. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 669 horsepower, 1,297 kilograms. Scary stats for the most part, but as I've said, we've driven a lot of these now, so should be able to get fairly on top of this. To find out how quick the 98 Fairlady Z version S twin turbo is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our car leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696, and this car unlikely to beat that. Sliding. In terms of where this is going to go, the quickest Fairlady Z was this car's older brother, the version S twin turbo 2-seater from 1994. That's at the time of a 30.240, so in theory this and that should set relatively similar lap times. Obviously it depends on how I drive these. Having sort of driven as many as I have, the one advantage is, while it might not look like it at the moment, I have got significantly better at taming these, because they are different, let's put it that way. They are not the easiest cars to drive in the world, this, because it's a rear-wheel drive 670 horsepower sports car, but as long as you sort of treat them with respect, and don't try and take too many liberties, because believe me, the rear tyres will spin and it will throw you out if it fancies it. They actually aren't that bad, to be honest, especially when you compare them to other turbocharged sports cars. Toyota Supra comes to mind, which is very much, well, Supras are slower than Fairlady Zs, as we've proven around this course. So, yeah, interesting to note there. Supras are slower than Fairladies, so you should go with Fairladies over Supras. Although you should just probably have Skyline over all of them. Alright, let's try... Oh, so we've managed to get Fairlady into under 30, but I definitely think there's a little bit more time to come out of this. If we can just sort of get it to behave itself for more than a couple of seconds, we should be able to improve on that a little bit more. Right. Final lap coming up in ye old Fairlady. Go on, Fairlady. I don't think there's that much more lap time to come out of this, to be clear, but, you know, a little bit of lap time is still better than no lap time whatsoever. I'm going to get a little bit of a slide on through there, which doesn't help, and through there, which also doesn't help, but that does give us a decent run out of this corner. Sort of lost it on the end. Bollocks. Yeah, it's a tricky car to drive still. It really is, but we didn't do too bad, I think. In terms of sort of overall performance, I'll take that. Just sort of lost the rear end there in that final sector, which isn't great, but yeah, interesting to say the least. These cars are always exciting, shall we say, in terms of how they drive. Yeah, a little bit of time in there. I would suggest that it's not as much as that says. Realistically, I'm just trying to deconstruct that down. I think there's a higher 29.9 in this, if I was to be honest, but I really don't think, like, judging from that, you'd say, oh, you know, you drove it terribly, there's at least 29.7. I don't think there is. I really don't think there is. I mean, maybe if you tamed it long enough, you could get it into 29.8, but I think even then, you'd be sort of going way above what this car's performance ceiling is, and there's cars that are in that sector that, again, if you went round and round and round, you could probably be quicker than that. So I'll take that. A 29.998 will place this into 212. Goes in between, interestingly enough, a Honda NSX Type S0 and the Toyota Celica GT4. So it's quicker than the Celica GT4, which is unexpected. It is quicker than a TVR Chimera, TVR Griffith Blackpool, the rear-wheel drive R33 Skyline, Nissan Silvia. Yeah, those are pretty comparable cars to this, I would say. If it had gone a little bit quicker, you know, maybe it could rival the likes of the Camaro, the RX-7 GTX, but that car was nicer to drive than this one. But no, I think that's a good result for the Fairladies then, and I think you should be proud of that. Yeah, to finally get itself into the under 30 club, I'd say that's good going for the old girl. The 1998 Acura Integra Type R. This is the final Acura to take on the course, and the final Integra to take on the course. And I thought that Honda Integra Type Rs and the Acura Integra Type Rs were actually functionally identical because, well, they essentially replace one another depending on which region you play. However, when I loaded this up, I thought the weight figure seemed a little bit off, and that the Honda Integra Type R weighed more along the lines of about 900 kilos. And it turns out I'm right. The Acura Integra Type R, this one, weighs 110 kilograms more than the Integra Type R98, the Honda version. So, a little bit weird. I always thought the only difference between them was really the dorky front end of the Acura, but no. As it turns out, there is also a weight penalty. Whether that's going to make this nicer to drive or not, I'm not too sure, because the Integras are not particularly nice cars to drive. That being said, they are quick. The Honda version of this car, the Integra Type R98, was, I think, the first ever front-wheel drive car to get into the under 30 club at 29.864, which is still a very quick time to this day for a front-wheel drive car. So, interested to see how this version gets along. Interestingly, despite having a different front-end styling, the Acura and Honda Integra Type Rs share the same race mod, or at least the 98 Integra Honda Integras do to the Acura's, this DC Sports SCCA livery. It is worth pointing out that the 95 Honda Integra Type R actually has a different livery. It has like a Castrol livery, so North American players do lose out on that unique race mod, but there you go, there's the ropes sometimes, I guess. Anyways, let's see if the extra weight helps or hinders this car. Front engine, front wheel drive, 376 horsepower, 1079 kilograms. That is a lot of power for a front wheel drive car, and it does have to be said, the Integras do not handle it all that well. To find out how quick the Acura Integra Type R is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Acura Integra Type R is unlikely to beat that. As mentioned, the 98 Honda 29.864. It'd be interesting to see if the Acura can get its way into that. 30.734. It is worth pointing out, actually, in case you are curious, the quickest Acura to go around the course was the 97 Acura NSX. That's at a time of a 30.5. So that's sort of the target time well, that's not the target time, but this should, in theory, but by the end of this, become the quickest Acura that we've had go around the course. And indeed it does there. 30.483 is the first flyer for this car as we head straight into a wall. Yeah, this is still an Integra to drive. What I mean by that, it sounds very strange when you describe it, but follow along with me here. The problem with this car is when you turn the front wheels at lower speeds, and it sort of seems to hit the sort of turbo and VTEC at the same time, the front wheels get completely carried over in whatever direction that is, and the rest of the car follows it violently. And so as a result of that, if you're just turning into a corner like this and the turbo kicks in, it will just pull it in that direction immediately, and there's no warning, and again it's very uncontrollable when it does it. So yeah, interesting that it does do that. 29.886. We are in the under 30s. We are actually not that far off the Hondas either, to be fair. A little bit of weirdness with the gearbox there. Speaking of the gearbox, it's like seconds not quite long enough, and then yeah, I don't know, it's a weird one, this. We'll take that 29.886 though. That didn't feel like an especially quick lap, to be honest, but I think it was just sort of, I don't know, gathered quite nicely, I guess. There's a couple of brushes with the wall there, but to be fair, in an uncontrollable car like this, maybe that helps it a little bit, I don't really know. Yeah, I'm not really sure why that lap was as much. I suppose it was a fairly tidy lap. We will take it. We'll take that 29.886. That actually means it's one place underneath the Honda, ironically enough. So I don't think the extra... I think the extra weight makes it a little bit more difficult in terms of getting it turned in, but in terms of controllability, I don't think it really hinders it all that much, to be honest with you. If anything, it might even help it a little bit, but Yeah, I mean, that was the quickest lap, and there's no arguing with that. I also set identical Sector 2s as well on 2 and 3, which is interesting. But yeah, I suppose it's just because that was quite a calm lap. I think you could be a little bit quicker through Sector 1. There's probably some time in that, but then again, there's probably some time in the Honda as well, so I think sort of comparing it's a bit of a moot point. But yeah, I'll take that. I'm quite happy with that. A 29.886 will place this into 195th place. As mentioned, it is fractionally slower than the Integra Type R, but it is quicker than a Nismo Stagia 260 RS tuned by Nismo. It is quicker than the Skyline GTS4, Alfa Romeo GTV V6, that hurts, the Tommy Kyra R, the Golf Rally Car, GTV Twin Spark. I mean, in terms of front-wheel drive cars, there's not an awful lot quicker than this. It's basically the Peugeot 206, the Mugen Civic Type R, and then the Alfa Romeo 156. So, despite having that extra weight, it is still one of the quickest front-wheel drive cars in the game, and there's no denying that. So, even though it's a little bit weird to look at, it still is a fairly decent car. Although you should absolutely go with the Honda if you have the choice, just because that lighter weight does mean you have a higher technical performance ceiling, even if the handling is a little bit more dodgy. The 1997 Mitsubishi FTO GP version R. This is the final FTO to take on the course, and the FTOs have been very, very quick, so I'm interested to see how this one gets along. It is still, however, I think the first ever FTO we ran was the 94 FTO GPX, and that's still the quickest of all of them, a 30.352, which certainly isn't too shabby for a front-wheel drive car. So I'm hoping we can finally sort of knock that one off the leaderboard a little bit and set a better time in this one. This one has the sort of generic, I would say, Mitsubishi race mod for this car, which is essentially the Evo 4's rally race mod, but turned into an FTO. I think it looks quite cool. Now, admittedly, I had already gone through most of the colours, so I've had to go for this sort of very muted purpley grey colour, which looks a little bit weird. I quite like it with the offset of the green, but I think it's a little bit too sort of muted to be the dominant colour there. But either way, not a bad looking race mod, and I like the FTO as a car, so I think it's a really, really cool looking car. It's a shame these all got absolutely ruined, because we imported a load of them, and then people put knockoff Velside kits, and I actually saw one the other day, and it had the biggest exhaust on it, and it looked absolutely ragged, and yeah, poor FTO. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 327 horsepower, 1026 kilograms. I suppose for a front wheel drive car, actual power wise, that's very, very good. Obviously, in terms of weight, it's fairly average. It is naturally aspirated, which could be a problem, as it is for the likes of the Hondas that go around here, but we'll see. I think these are very, very small capacity. I think like a 2-litre V6 or something, which isn't quite as cool as the 1.6-litre V6s that are available in some Mitsubishi models, including a Lancer at one point. There you go. There's some weird research I've been doing recently. Anyways, to find out how quick the Mitsubishi FTO GP version R is, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and odds at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The FTO GP version R is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, we sort of mentioned, of course, the FTO GPX 30.3. I think that 94, I'm assuming it must have been, it must have been NA tuned, so, I mean, in theory, this should be fine, but we were very slow through that sector on that first flying lap, which I'd hesitate to even call a flying lap, to be honest. It is a bit weird to be driving a front-wheel drive car that actually drives a little bit more normal than that Integra. It is still a bit sort of slidey on the rear end, so definitely something to consider. It's not the sort of handling goddess that you would want. It's also interesting to note, actually, the FTO GPX was, of course, the fastest front-wheel drive car. Oh, sorry. The FTO GPX was the fastest FTO, but that's only road-going FTOs. The actual quickest FTO we've had was the GT300 car, the Travion Trampio, whatever it is. That's at a 27.721. That is actually, I think it's still the 8th, 9th quickest car we've ever had. So the FTO, even if it doesn't quite win out here, still has a claim to fame there. I want to say the GPX had a little bit more power than this. I'm trying to make excuses already for why this is potentially not going to be beating that 94 GPX. But to be fair, that was a little bit better than it has been. It's just a case of I really don't want to use first gear for this, because there's just going to be nothing left on first gear by the time that you've got through it, so there's no real point of trying to use it. 30.137, hey, there we go, we did it. I didn't think that was going to happen eventually. Yeah, I mean, first gear, what is it? Yeah, it's 67 kilometers an hour. It's just not really all that usable, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm going to stand by my decision for using second over first for the majority of that lap. It also would have been significantly harder to control trying to use first constantly for that. So, yeah, to be honest with you, that was a collection of really bad laps and then a decent one on the final bit, so I'm not going to take too much pride in the matching sector times for that one. But yeah, it did alright, and it is now our quickest FTO. It's also quicker than the Eclipse as well, which is interesting because this is definitely better than the Eclipse was, because the Eclipse was very powerful but just not very good to drive, which is sort of what you expect from a Mitsubishi Eclipse. Anyways, a 30.137 will place this into 231st place. It ties it with the Alfa Romeo 145 Cloverleaf. So it splits up the 145 and the 156. It is quicker than the Lancia Delta, Vauxhall Astra, Camaro Z28. I'm trying to find anything that's sort of similar to this. It is quicker than the Ford Kuga, the EK Civic SIR. Yeah. It's a good time for a good car, really. A little bit of a shame it's naturally aspirated. I think with a turbo that would have been way quicker. But yeah, I mean, it's good handling as much as I didn't make it look like it was. These are pretty nice to drive, and yeah, overall just a pretty good car. Overall, there's not really too much more to say about it. So yeah, God bless the FTO. The 1995 Toyota Celica GT4 Rally Car. This is the final Celica to take on the course, and the final arcade mode rally car. I've left this one to last for a very good reason. You see, normally what I explain with the arcade mode rally cars is how they are pre-built cars from arcade mode that you can then get in the career mode, and they are fully upgradable apart from stage 3 weight reduction, which is usually something you can't purchase. However, in the case of this Celica GT4, you can. And so as a result of this, is the only arcade mode rally car that is absolutely functionally identical to its base car, the ST205. And that was a pretty quick car when it went around, 29.1. So can this become the quickest arcade mode rally car? Well, I sort of doubt it. The quickest arcade mode rally car we've had so far has been the Subaru Impreza, and that's at a 28.6. So is the race mod really worth 0.8? I doubt it, but I guess we'll find out. I'm hoping it does well, because this is my favourite Celica. Celicas historically haven't done all that well. They were very disappointing when they first started coming around. They did hit a turning point with the ST205 GT4, and ever since then they've been sort of getting their way up the leaderboard gradually. The 7th gens actually aren't that bad in terms of lap time, but yeah, hopefully this car can end the slightly ropey Celica lineage on a high. This car, of course, based on the 95 Celica GT4 rally car, which we don't really need to discuss all that much. It was fast, it was quick, and then it got banned for cheating. You all know the story. 4-wheel drive, 471 horsepower, 1,178 kilos, so despite that stage 3 weight reduction, this is still a fairly heavy vehicle. And from what I remember from the standard car, it understeers like an absolute pig, as all GT4 Celicas do, so be interesting to see how this one gets along. Anyways, to find out how quick the Celica GT4 rally car is, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, again, sort of mentioned the standard Celica. Usually cars that are understeery like this do benefit quite well from race mod, so that should help. Admittedly, this still feels very very understeery even despite the race mod, so I don't know how much it's actually helping in reality, but I guess we'll find out. So the line for its first flying run, 29.157, so very slightly quicker. It's just all going to be about nailing these sort of... I know it sounds a bit silly to say, but it's all going to be about nailing the corners, which is going to be a problem in a car that understeers as badly as this does. To give you an idea, I've been on full turn that entire way around there, and there. It's just so understeery. It is actually comical how bad the understeer is in this, to be honest. But that's Celicas, and it's weird, because you'd figure, you know, I can understand Imprezas being understeery. I could understand Evos even being a bit understeery. The Celica's a weird one to understeer, because you'd think because it's essentially a sports coupe. And the front-wheel drive ones actually aren't understeery either, to be honest. The front-wheel drive ones have a cacophony of other problems, but understeer isn't really one that they suffer with. So yeah, it is a little bit weird, the GT4s, but like I say, that's sort of how they've all been around here. They've all been pretty sort of understeery and disastrous to drive as a whole. It's pushed my because I quite like Celicas, it has pushed my love affair with them to... Okay. There we go. Now we're talking. 28.647. Yeah. I mean, I suppose... I don't really know what to say to that. Yeah. They can be quick. It absolutely can be quick. You just have to be so on it to really get the most out of it. So yeah, I mean, we'll take that. You can sort of see, like, as an average, it's a 29.1 car. I think at a push it's probably a 28.9 car. That was just an unbelievable time, and so that's sort of what got it to where it's ended up. But yeah, I mean, phenomenal stuff, really. I mean, of course, it's the quickest. 10.8 through there. Like, all the other times has been 11 seconds, and then that sort of Sector 1, 10.8, Sector 2, absolutely spot on, Sector 3, spot on. Yeah, I mean, if you drive it like you know what you're doing, which is difficult for me because I don't, it can be a quick car. Who would have guessed? 28.647 will place this into 67th place. It is just behind the Subaru Impreza rally car. So despite all that, it still can't beat the Impreza rally car. And yeah, the Impreza rally car is infinitely nicer to drive, and it would be absolutely the one I'd have, as would be the Evo 4 rally car as well, which this has also beaten. It is quicker than a Skyline GTR V-Spec. I think that's the quickest Skyline we've had, sort of just normal Skyline. not pre-tuned or anything. Quicker than the Legacy Touring Wagon GTB 98, Super Impreza Coupe version 497. Quicker than the Alfa Romeo 155 V6 Ti touring car. I mean, it's quick. I am actually shocked, to be honest with you. I can't believe we managed to get that much out of it. Because it really didn't feel like it was going to be that quick. But I suppose it just came together on that one lap. So we'll take those. We take those. Fluky lap times, we take those. The 1999 Peugeot 106 S16. This is also known as the 106 GTI, depending on where in Europe you are, and this is one of my favourite little hot hatchbacks of all time. I'm a big fan of the Peugeot 106. It is a great looking car, they drive really well. I think the only problem the 106 has is its other sibling, the Citroen Saxo, which is also an excellent car in my opinion. Choosing between the 106 and the Saxo for me would be difficult. I think the 106 looks better, but there's something about the Saxo, it's just got a little bit more, I don't know, appeal to it maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know which one I'd pick. I do know that in terms of pricing, the market seems to have favoured the 106, because trying to find a nice low mileage GTI nowadays, you're paying 15-16 grand, which is far more than I'd be willing to pay for a 106, whereas I think a Saxo, mind you, to be fair, even nice Saxos are quite expensive now. Either way, this is one of two 106s in the game. There is this one, the S16, and the 1.6 Rally. We have had the Rally go around the course. It set a pretty good time for a European microcar, although unfortunately it was overshadowed by the Citroen Saxo. And that's kind of the story of the 106 in GT2. The Saxo is more powerful, it weighs a little bit less, it's ultimately just a better car, but the 106 is still pretty good, or at least I'm hoping this 106 is good. The Rally was good. In terms of differences between the Rally and the S16, the Rally is about 13 horsepower down on this, but it also weighs a little bit less as well. The Rally ran the race mod, because in terms of power to weight ratio, technically it's better off than this S16, so hopefully though that shouldn't ruin the S16's progress up the leaderboard too much. I'm expecting this to be relatively decent. Front engined, front wheel drive, 211 horsepower, 883 kilograms. The other reason I didn't run race mod on the S16 is because the Rally only comes in white, while as the S16 comes in different colours, so... And I end up going with this blue because whenever I used to pick a starter car in Underground 2, I always used to pick a 106 and paint it blue. Anyways, to find out how the Peugeot 106 S16 gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and odds at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car's at a time on 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that, obviously. In terms of the 106 Rally, that's at a time of a 31.042, so that's kind of the goal for this. I mean, that was ran literally 500 episodes ago, actually, so in theory the 106 should be, or this 106 should be quicker, but again, that depends on how the S16 gets along. One interesting sort of point that I did notice is I did go back quickly just to see the Rally's stats, and the Rally actually revs a little bit lower than the S16 does. The tacho on this maxes out at 9,000 RPM, although it revs more to about just under 8. Whereas the Rally actually revs, I think, to about 6.5. I know the engine in the Rally is basically a less tuned version of this same 1.6 litre engine, so that is interesting. It's also interesting this isn't turbocharged, which is sort of what you would hope for. I'll be honest, this isn't sort of as rapid as I thought it was going to be. It actually drives alright. It just, I mean, 32.295, don't get me wrong, we haven't had a ultimately fantastic lap hookup just yet, but it doesn't feel all that much quicker than that, to be honest. Yeah, 32.195. Might be better off just trying to take as much speed as possible through there, as opposed to trying to get an accurate line through through that sector. I might just be better off gunning it and seeing if it'll hold on for grip, although we are quickly running out of laps to try and get the 106 up the leaderboard. Yeah, it just doesn't feel massively quick, it does have to be said, which is a bit of a shame, because I was really hoping this was going to be a bit of a good rocket ship and a good way to send Peugeot off as well, because this is our final Peugeot. Brand that's done pretty well around here, all things considered. Messed up that final sector a little bit. Bollocks. We are going to get that a little bit quicker. 31.923. I think a 31.8 was probably on the cards there, to be honest. I did muck that up a little bit. But that's not massively quick. Yeah. It's not... I don't know what it is about that. There's something not quite right there. For the rally to be 0.9 ahead, and again, was ran a while ago, so it probably would have been, if we ran it today, it would be sort of well over a second. Yeah. Mind you, 11 point... Yeah, I don't... The lap 4, I went deep into that turn, so we won't count that, but... Yeah, I mean, I think there's a 31.8 in that. I actually think I messed up that middle sector more than it's showing there, to be perfectly honest. But, yeah, just not... I don't know. I don't really... The rally seems to have moved quicker as well when I was sort of watching it earlier. So, I think maybe the lower RPM sort of range, and I imagine the rally might even have a shorter ratio gearbox. That might have helped it out and stayed in the power band a little bit better than this one. But that's really all I can think of. Other than that, I mean, these cars should be fairly similar. But, yeah, a little bit of a shame for the 106. A 31.923 will place this into 521st place. Goes in between the Corolla 11 BZG and the Ford Taurus Show. It is quicker than a Mitsubishi Mirage Cyborg, quicker than the Nissan Pulsar, CRX Pro 3, the MGF, Mitsubishi Mirage SDRX, but it is slower than a Mini Cooper, it is slower than the Ford Ka, it's slower than the Fiat Seicento, so... In terms of like cars like this, it's fairly mid-pack. It's sort of around the K cars, and considering the statistics of it, I guess that makes sense. But again, I mean, even if I did manage to get that extra 0.1 out of it, it's still, you know, even 31.8, it's still being beaten by the likes of the Daihatsu Mira TR 4-wheel drive, and again the Ford Ka. So yeah. A bit disappointing, really, but I mean, at least the rally did okay. And again, there's also the Saxo, which was a phenomenally fast vehicle. The 1998 Subaru Legacy B4 RSK. This is the final Subaru Legacy to take on the course, and one of two 1998 models that are in the game. There is this saloon, and there is, of course, the wagon, which has already gone round. And the saloon and the wagon do have some interesting differences. The wagon actually makes more power. This makes 497 horsepower, which ironically enough is the exact same that you'll get out of the fully upgraded version 6 Imprezas. Meanwhile, the wagon can get 523 horsepower, so a little bit of a power boost. Obviously, there is some weight difference involved. The wagon is obviously heavier than the saloon. But it is going to be interesting to see which one of these is going to be quicker, the wagon or the saloon. I am a big fan of this generation of Subaru Legacy. This is my favourite generation of the Legacy. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. B4 RSK might not be my favourite. I think I'd still go on the Blitzen. I think that car's very, very cool, even though certain pieces of body mods on it aren't that great, but I think overall the Blitzen is an excellent car. But no, I love this generational legacy. It's so, I don't know, it's quite beigely styled, but it's also really good looking. I do sort of gravitate towards these sort of 90s, 2000s saloon cars. I know they're a little bit drab, but I like drab, and ultimately, at the end of the day, when you're going to work in it, it doesn't really matter. You know, you kind of want a beige, comfortable car, and that's sort of what the Legacy is. Although, obviously, B4 RSK probably a little bit more racy. I'm assuming these were available with manual transmission. Another interesting difference from the wagon as well is the wagon can have this exact race mod, but it is in either white or cashmere yellow. On the sedan, it's only available in white. I do think it looks better in white. I really like the colour scheme, the white, the sort of ruby pink, the grey and the black. I think it does look really, really cool. I'm not sure what it's exactly based on. The red wheels are a little bit strange, but they're a decision. And yeah, I suppose it's good to make decisions sometimes. Anyways, four-wheel drive, 497 horsepower, 1,203 kilograms of weight. Obviously, we've had this car's most direct rivals already go around, the Mitsubishi Galant Super VR4 and the Galant VR4 itself. They were pretty quick, but this should be quicker because the wagon is like 0.8 up the road from them. To find out how quick the 1998 Subaru Legacy B4 RSK is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That cost at the time on 25.696, and this car likely to be that. The Legacy wagons at a time of a 28.657. As mentioned, obviously that has a slight power bump at the cost of some weight. In theory, weighing less around a track like this would be better, but, you know, we've seen time and time again on this series that nothing makes sense, so potentially this could go the way of the wagon, but we will find out. So far it drives exactly how I would expect it to. There is a fair amount of understeer, 28.723 on its first flyer, which is a pretty good time all in all. Yeah, understeer involved, hence why we're taking to the hill more often than not, but hit the tyre barrier there. But other than that, it's actually quite a sort of good driving thing, as you'd expect really, you know, four-wheel drive traction, good amount of power, you know, the grip is, you know, obviously not quite as good as you'd get in some rivals, and obviously, you know, realistically, in a racing game, you're always you're always going to want to go for an Impreza or an Evo over a Legacy, unless for some reason you just want to drive something a bit heavier. But yeah, it drives all right. This just got to try and get a pinpoint lap down out of it. That was quite a good run out of that corner. It's typical for sort of understeery car. It's typical for understeery cars like this. It's that first sector that really sort of trips them up. The rest of the lap isn't too bad. This sector is just a case of braking really early and just hoping you don't clip the wall on the outside. But yeah, they actually, you know, you've seen this series before. You know where cars struggle and where they don't. Unless this is your first time watching, in which case, hi, hello. You've got 607 cars to go through. So if you want to see any episodes, of course, we've got a playlist that I somewhat regularly update. So you can stay up to date with all the hot lapping and see all the cars that we've already gone through. 28.407. To be honest with you, I feel there might be a little bit of time in that. It's actually not that far off the Audi S4, and I think if you got a really good run, you might even be able to sort of start rivaling the S4, 28.332. Could be possible. I think that final sector wasn't perfect, to be perfectly honest, but yeah, we'll see when we do the old the splitteroos. Actually, final sector was a little bit better than I thought it was. Sector 2 could have been yeah, you know, what's that saying? 28.32 would be the theoretical quickest time you could get out of this. Yeah, I mean, I'll take that. That's definitely quick enough for me. Really good job from the Legacy. And it is, I'm quite amazed actually. It's 0.25 up the road from the wagon, which is interesting. Anyways, a 28.407 will place this into 49th place, goes in between the Toyota Altezza LM Edition and the Daihatsu Storio Rally Car. It is quicker than a Nismo 400R, quicker than the Lancer Evo 5, quicker than the Roof Turbo R, quicker than the Subaru Impreza Sedan version 6 Sans Race Mod, quicker than the Espace F1, quicker than the Sedan version 5 Impreza with Race Mod, quicker than the Calibra Super Touring Car. Yeah, there's a lot there, interesting names. Obviously not the quickest four-door car we've ever had. It is beaten out by the Audi S4, and then obviously the Evo 6 as well is up there somewhere, and the Evo 5 GSR, so yeah. But ultimately, for this classic car, that's very, very good. To give you a comparison, the quickest Galant set a time of a 29.28, so this is 0.8 quicker than the Super VR4 Galant, so yeah. Definitely a good way to send out the Legacy nameplate, I think. Give it a good legacy on the way out. The 1993 Mazda Unos Roadster S Special. This is our final Unos Roadster / MX-5 to take on the course. There's a lot of them in this game, but we're finally at the end of those. And we end with what, in theory, should be the quickest standard MX-5. The Unos Roadster S Special 93. This is an S Special, which means it's the lightest of all of the Unos Roadsters in the game, and it's the 1993, which means it comes with the 1.8 litre engine as opposed to the 1992, which has the 1.6 litre engine, and of course this one is turbocharged, so we're making maximum power and minimum weight, so it should be interesting. That being said, we did get quite a shock when the last MX-5 to come round, the Mazda Roadster 1.8 RS came, and that basically beat all of the NAs, barring the Mazda Speed cars, so that was quite a shock. So I guess today we're going to find out once and for all what is better, NA or NB. That being said, we already have a bit of a preview because the Mazda Speed Roadsters are actually the quickest of all of the Roadsters. The C-Spec has been the quickest Mazda Roadster for a long, long time, so can this one finally knock that off? Of course, we've got the typical Unos Roadster race mod. These are carried over from GT1. They're available in a bunch of different colours depending on the trim level of the MX-5 you go for. This white and blue one actually looks really, really cool. It's let down a little bit by the red Mazda Sunstrip and the Castrol logo, but it is still a very cool looking car. I do like this race mod quite a lot. I'm not usually an NA person because they're my least favourite for all the MX-5s, which I know is controversial, but you're watching my video so you hear my opinion. But this one does look quite cool. Front engine to rear-wheel drive, 301 horsepower, 882 kilograms of weight. So, like I say, pretty good power to weight ratio, and should be the quickest of all of the Mazda Roadsters. To find out how the Unos Roadster S Special gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Now, currently it is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version that cast at a time of a 25.696. The Mazda Unos Roadster S Special is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the quickest standard MX-5 currently sits as the NB 1.8 RS. That set a time of a 30.584. The quickest MX-5 before that, in case you're curious, was an NA like this one, but only the standard variant, and that set a time of a 30.703, I believe. The quickest Mazda Speed Roadster, which is the quickest of all of the Mazda Roadsters, is the C-Spec, and that set a time of a 30.3. It sets a time of a 30.4 on its first flying lap, which is pretty good, actually. It does have to be said, obviously MX-5s are sort of renowned in real life for all their handling prowess, and there is always a little bit of a disconnect between a good handling car in real life and a good handling car in a video game. For example, you know, Top Gear always used to tell us how great Lotuses were to drive, and then you drive a Lotus in a racing game and then realise they're complete garbage for the most part. I think the only good Lotus I remember driving was the 211 in Forza Motorsport. That one was pretty good. But other than that, they were mainly just sort of slightly uncontrollable. Pretty quick, but uncontrollable. But this one actually isn't too bad, the MX-5s. I suppose it's because, realistically, for the most part, when you drive MX-5s in games, they don't really have enough power to get themselves into massive trouble. And this one isn't too dissimilar from that. I will say one big advantage this car is appearing to have is it actually, and this sounds strange, it feels like it weighs a lot more than it actually does, and I think that's actually helping to keep the rear end in check a little bit on this one. Alright, final lap in the old Unos Roadster. Come on, what we got? I think we can actually go quicker than that C-Spec, but we are going to require a pretty spot-on lap, which obviously, you knowing me, you know that that's more difficult than it sounds. Broke way too early for that final sector. That was a mess, but it did it. It did do it. That was a bit of a mess of a final corner, but we did. Wow, I was not expecting that. Maybe I did. Maybe that was a bit of a hack I found out very late on in this. That if you take the last sector like absolute garbage, you'll be able to get yourself round. I'm not sure. But either way, it did manage to do what it needed. It was the quickest final sector. Jesus. To be clear, I think if I hadn't performed that, we probably would have been sort of looking at a 30.3. It would have been close, actually, between the two. I got quite lucky with getting away from that. With that, obviously, it being the final lap helps because, you know, that would have completely destroyed the next lap after that in terms of the run-on. But, no, we'll take that. And that does mean that the Mazda Roadster C-Spec has been beaten by 0.1 by the Unos Roadster S Special, which is now the quickest MX-5, at least until that crazy JGTC 2-rotor thing comes around from Project A-Spec. Anyways, a 30.269 will place this into 256th place. Goes in between the Mitsubishi GTO SR and the Corvette ZR1. It is quicker than a TVR Cerbera 4.2, the Audi A4, TVR Chimera, quicker than the BMW 323 Ti Compact. Yeah, a quick car, definitely. Obviously, like I say, a little bit sort of suspicious in that final sector. But to be fair, the difference between the 30.3s on this leaderboard, the sort of later 30.3s, aren't super overtaken with cars unlike the 30.2s, which, you know, if this was fractionally quicker, it probably would have jumped up, you know, 5-6 spaces. So, yeah, pretty good shout. It is worth mentioning, though, that this is still slower than the Familia Interplay 4-door saloon. So if you're thinking of going for an MX-5 as your first Mazda in the game, I think you'd be better placed to choose the Interplay by the looks of it. The 1996 Chevrolet Corvette Coupe. This is the final Corvette to take a look at, and the final Chevrolet to take a look at. This is one of 3 C4 Corvettes in the game, and in theory, it's the best of all of them. The Gran Sport is the lightest, but is down on power compared to this one. The ZR1 is heavier, and also slightly down on power due to the fact that it has a completely different engine, that quad-cam V8, which I remember very well because that was a terrible car to drive. I'm hoping this one with the more conventional V8 and the race mod should be a little bit quicker. In theory, it should be the quickest Corvette, so we'll see if that holds true. The race mod on this is ridiculous. It is actually based on a real-life car, I believe, ran by a team. I think the team was called Spirit of America or something, and it's very American. It's so American, it's making me want to go into a Middle Eastern country and invade. But anyways, the actual lip kit on this is quite cool. The body kit, the little sort of, or the giant wing on the back actually looks cool. I'm a big fan of the C4 Corvette. When I think Corvette, I think C4. It's my favourite of all of them. And again, I won't be sort of beaten down on that one. It's the best Corvette, and you can't argue with that. Because it looks the best. That's it. And Corvettes are all about looking good, because let's be honest, they aren't exactly good to drive. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 677 horsepower, 1,277 kilograms. How the Americans managed to make a car made of fiberglass weigh 1.3 kilos at its absolute lightest is, well, interesting. Or 1.3 tons, I should say. If they made it weigh 1.3 kilos, I wouldn't want to drive around here, because it would be terrible. Is to find out how the Chevrolet Corvette Coupe gets along. A little bit down on torque. First gear seems okay-ish. I tell you about what I said about first gear. It's terrible. We won't be using that unless we absolutely have to. Anyways, to find out how the Chevrolet Corvette Coupe gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Lander track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Chevrolet Corvette is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, well, the quickest Corvette is the ZR1. That's at a time of 30.271. Admittedly, that's quite a specialised bit of kit, because again, that has that very strange quad-cam V8 in it. So, 30.386 on this car's first flyer, which isn't terrible. And then the Gran Sport set a time of 30.7. Admittedly, that was an atrocious car to drive. You know, the ZR1 was challenging. The Gran Sport just wasn't really drivable. It was a bit suicidal, to be honest. 30.153, we are the quickest of all the Corvettes, which is good. It's fine to drive. I am going to say something that I would never say normally, and I apologise in advance for it coming out of my lips, but these don't drive as nice as Camaros around here. All Vipers, to be honest. The Viper, I think the Viper probably gets away with just having a ludicrous amount of torque. If I remember rightly, didn't I drive the Viper around in 3rd gear? So not even 2nd gear. However, when you did that, the Viper was pretty well behaved. The problem is, 2nd gear is a little bit too long. The engine isn't quite torquey enough really low down, like it is in the Camaro. And also, this doesn't have as wide a rear tyres as a Camaro. This is a firm 30.3 car that managed to look its way into a 30.1. I mean, to be fair, the ZR1 was probably a firm 30.5 car that managed to look its way into a 30.2. So, you know. You see all the laps on this series, you know, everything's... I can't fix anything because... You know, that's not how that works. Oh, to the line. 30.103. We go a little bit quicker. To be honest with you, there's probably time in that. I would hazard a guess there's definitely some time to be gained in that car. Is it an under 30 competitor? I don't think so. But we'll probably see on the splits that, yeah, this could go quicker, but it's just a case of actually getting it extracted from it. Yeah, I mean, it says there's 0.1 in there. I think if you went around infinitely, you could probably get under 30, but it's a challenging car to drive for this, because again, because the engine doesn't really make all that much torque, you're sort of having to constantly keep it spooled up, almost like a turbo car. And so, yeah, a little bit strange to drive, but we did manage to get the time out of it, and it is the quickest Corvette, so I guess in that aspect it did its job. A 30.103 will place this into 230th place, goes in between the Spoon Integra Type R and the Peugeot 406 Coupe, which is a place a Corvette has never gone before. It is quicker than a Shelby GT350, of course it's quicker than all the Corvettes, as we've mentioned. It is quicker than a non-race modded Z28 Coupe. It's quicker than a rear-wheel drive Skyline R34 and a GTR LM road car and the Jaguar XKR Coupe. It is slower than TVR Chimera, Silvia Spec R Aero, TVR Griffith, TVR Chimera 5-litre, Camaro Z28 30th anniversary, Camaro SS. It's a lot slower than that, actually. I think that's about 0.7 up the road, so yeah. In terms of sort of rear-wheel drive cars, it's fairly middling. It's just, yeah, a combination of factors mean this can't be quite as quick as you'd sort of hope it would be, but that's the way it goes sometimes. But at least we managed to drive a C4, which is always a good thing, because I get to look at the C4 more, which is a good looking car, despite this weird livery. The 1999 Dodge Viper RT10. This is the final Dodge to take on the course, and the final Viper, one of two road-going Vipers in the game. You have a choice of the RT10 or the GTS. Between the two of them, they are virtually identical in every way. It's the same engine. I think they weigh the same even. So choosing which one has the racing mod is purely down to personal preference for me. And for me, the GTS looks better, but the race mod makes it look like the Viper GTSR, which we've seen 3 times, because there's 3 racing Vipers to 2 road-going Vipers, don't ask why. Meanwhile, the RT10 for me has the more interesting race mod, and the RT10 in general is the weirder one, and so it's the one I gravitate towards more. This is based on the rent-a-car livery, I think it was called, that ran at Le Mans in the 90s. There was the orange and yellow car, and then this sort of yellow and red car, which no one remembers, but I'm using it because it looks very weird indeed. I am a big Viper fan, but for what I remember, the GTS that we drove around here ages ago was not that fun to drive. I think I locked it into 3rd gear the entire way around because it just makes an obscene amount of torque, but obviously trying to get that torque converted to the road is difficult. So we'll see if the racing modification helps this car out at all. Front engined, rear-wheel drive, 716 horsepower, 1,286 kilograms, and a whole lot of torque. Obviously, this car's sort of biggest comparison, in this game at least, is the Corvette. So it'll be interesting to see if this one is nicer to drive than that Corvette. To find out how the Viper RT10 gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. My god, the torque this makes already is just fantastic. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Viper is unlikely to beat that. The Viper has just gone quicker than that Corvette Coupe we had out last time. The Viper GTS, when it came around, did get into the under 30 club. It did set a time of a 29.93525, I think. Again, that was sort of driven in 3rd gear, although the passage of time has happened, so maybe I'm better at driving than I was back then, potentially. Because so far, 29.369. Okay, it is a quick car, this. The Vipers in general have had a bit of a sort of zero to hero story around here. Again, I'm going to attribute that purely to the fact I can probably drive better than I used to be able to do. Because before, you know, the likes of the Viper, the 96 Viper GTSR, the GTS was sort of setting, they were going under 30, but they weren't like madly fast. Whereas more recently, you know, we've had cars like the Team Oreca Viper GTSR. You have to be careful on that grass. You've had cars like the Team Oreca Viper GTSR, that was very quick. The STB Tyson, of course, was apparently an absolute legend in GT2 that I didn't know about before doing this series, and now it's easily my favourite of all the GT500 cars in this game. So yeah, these have had quite an interesting relationship with this track, and they're a bit sort of zero to hero. I suppose the combination of that is this RT10 lap today. I'll tell you why this drives so much better than that Corvette. There's two reasons for it. Of course, you still have to be very careful with this car because it will bite you, but yeah, two big reasons. One, the engine is just so much nicer in terms of its sort of torque delivery. Because it revs lower, it means it has to make more sort of low-end torque. Ooh, God. And as a result of that, it just means, I'll demonstrate on here because this lap is scruff, but like from 20 kilometers an hour, just look at that, it just gains speed so quickly. It also has the fat rear tyres. Vipers are famous for having ridiculous rear tyres, and I think that's really helping it put the power down to the pavement on this one. That was obscenely quick for this sort of car. Awesome stuff from the RT10. Could have gone quicker, to be perfectly honest. I think, anyway, because you just have to be so sort of trepidatious around the lap. Yeah, so 0.1 probably, easily. I could see us getting a 29.1, no problem. So, yeah, you have to be a little bit careful, a little bit sort of cautious. Obviously, you see in the later laps when I sort of tried to push it a little bit more, and obviously it didn't quite. Actually, lap 5, I really outbroke myself into that corner, so I'm not going to count that. Yeah, there's probably time in that, but I'm happy with that lap, and I'm happy the Viper was so much better than the Corvette. It's almost a second quicker than the quickest Corvette, which should tell you a lot, really. A 29.204 will place this into 125th place. Goes in between the Subaru Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 4 and the Skyline Silhouette Formula. It is quicker than the NSXR LM GT2, the R32 GTR V-Spec, Roof BTR Type 2. It's quicker than TVR Tuscan Speed 6, which is sort of very comparable to this, really. Quicker than the Aristo V300, which shouldn't be comparable to this, but was a ridiculously quick car. I mean, in terms of cars like this, it is beaten very slightly by the Shelby Series 1, which is very interesting. I think the Series 1 drives a lot better than this does, but this probably has more of a performance ceiling on it. Around most tracks, this would be quicker than that, but obviously in the case of this track, it wasn't. And then Honda S2000 GT1, potentially, 29.112. I think that's a little bit out of reach for this, but again, not too far off. Really good job from the Viper, and I'm pleased that, yeah, it turns out Rogo and Vipers can go a lot quicker than a 29.9. The 1997 TVR Cerbera 4.5. We've had the Corvette and the Viper recently, so I figured we would round off this trifecta of super muscle cars by looking at Britain's version, the mighty TVR Cerbera. This is also, technically, one of the cars as well from Gran Turismo 1 as well, so sort of a little bit of a rival between some of the top tier cars from that game here, although admittedly, in that game it's only the 4.2 and the Speed 6, not this 4.5, which is, in theory, the best of all the Cerberas, but whether it is in practice, I'm not too sure. It has got a very slight power advantage over the Speed 6 and a weight advantage, but I want to say the Speed 6 might be a little bit better in terms of weight distribution, and obviously the Speed 6 engine has massively different sort of working characteristics than this 4.5 V8 is going to have. We have seen this 4.5 before, where it popped up in the TVR Chimera, where it's the mid-range model, no 5 litre for the Cerbera. This race mod as well has also popped up previously. It is essentially a toned-down version of the LM Edition's race mod. It's used for all of the Cerberas. We didn't see it on the 4.2 because there's no real point, because that was going to be the weakest. but we have seen this on the Speed 6. It's basically different colour schemes depending on which version of the Cerberus you go for. In this case, it's a very nice blue on this 4.5 with the gold wheels as well. It does look quite cool. I am a little bit scared of how this is going to drive, but I guess we'll find out how good it is. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 572 horsepower, 981 kilograms. Those are, yeah, scary stats. To find out how the TVR Cerberus 4.5 gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current lead is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car's at a time of 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the Speed 6 set a time of a 29.762. That is the quickest road-going Cerberus that we've had. The 4.2 set a 30.2, I want to say. But it is worth pointing out that 4.2 again, no race mod, and that was run pretty early on. So, like I say, it's sort of between the Speed 6 and this. On paper, this is quicker, but in practice, potentially not. The quickest Cerberus ever, of course, was the LM edition. That's at a time of like a 28.6. I think that was actually our leaderboard leader for quite a while, actually. Way back when that was leading. I think it was the car that got toppled by the Daihatsu Storia rally car, actually, which was also a leaderboard leader at some point, which is strange to think about now. In terms of how this drives, it actually ain't bad. I think it's definitely better than that Corvette that we drove a little while ago, but still not super huge on it. 30.039. It's a little bit sort of top-endy. That's when the wheels start spinning. That's when it gets scary. Usually in a V8 you have a pretty sort of good amount of torque. In this, not so much. It's sort of more top-end power, and that's when it's spinning its wheels, which is not ideal. There's quite a few not ideals on that lap for that 29.940. But we are in the under 30s now, which to be fair was sort of borderline minimum from where I expected this to be today. I don't think that wall tap actually particularly hurt it too badly, but we will see when we come to the final lap. 29.813. Again, not the I'm gonna have to take to the ramp there. The handling got a little bit twitchy on me, and it's gone round. Awesome. Yeah, that is a difficult car to drive. Let's put it that way. Bit annoying as well, because I think that could beat that Speed 6. But, yeah. If you merge them 2 laps together, it probably would be able to do it. But, yeah, not quite on this regard. Let's have a look at the splits, see how bad we're looking. Actually, not as far off as I thought. There's definitely time in there, obviously, but I mean, to be fair, that sort of lap 4, looking at it, sector 3 we was 0.1 quicker, so that sort of makes up there. We was also 0.1 quicker through sector 2, and only marginally down through sector 1, so yeah, even if that lap was going to be it, I don't think it would have been hugely quick. That's quite a surprise. I thought it was going to be quite a bit quicker, but no. Yeah, I think if you went sort of round and round, you would beat the Speed 6. I think the Speed 6, from what I remember, may handle a little bit nicer than this does. The Speed 6 engine a little bit sort of easier to control in terms of power delivery, from what I remember. So, yeah, ultimately it is a difficult car to drive. It is still quicker than the Corvette that we just had, though. A 29.813 will place this into 188th place. Goes in between the Roof BTR Type 1 and the Mazda RX-7 Type R. It is quicker than a Peugeot 206, thank God. Quicker than a bunch of the Roofs. Quicker than a Lotus Esprit V8 SE. So that's the quickest road-going Esprit it's quicker than. It is 0.3 up on the Corvette Coupe. It is 0.6 down on the Viper, but the Viper had a massive amount of torque. And it is worth pointing out this is quicker than the non-race modded Viper GTS that we had go round. I'm sort of looking in terms of cars that are like this. Obviously the Speed 6 is quicker than this. Viper GTSR, that was a handful. TRD Chaser Sports X30. That was quite a surprising one to go quite quick, to be fair to it. Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, 29.6. Yeah, not a bad time for the Cerbera. I think I could have got 0.1 out of that, definitely, maybe even 0.2, really, if I was properly sort of gelling with it. But it's a difficult car to control because it's light, it's kind of twitchy over the grass. Because it's very powerful, you've got that to worry about. So it is a little bit of sort of catch-22 on this one. The 1998 Suzuki Wagon R. This is the final Suzuki wagon to take on the course, and one of our final wardrobe-shaped vehicles to take on the course. So there's a little bit of a battle looming. This Wagon RR is the 4-door model. And by that I mean there are 2 doors on one side and 1 door on the other side. That is an interesting thing that you might not have noticed until today. The Suzuki Wagon R was sold in this configuration, or I think they did the straight 5-door. I don't think there was ever a 3-door model. I could be wrong there. I don't know why you'd want that, but either way, I don't think that ever actually existed. This is of course not the Suzuki Wagon R that we got in Europe. That was the Wagon R Plus, which is a different vehicle with a 1.3 litre engine, and they were all built in Hungary. And if you ever go to Hungary, you'll be amazed by the amount of Suzukis that are hanging around, because there's tons of them. Speaking of tons of Suzukis, there's also quite a few of them in this game, and even the Wagon Rs. There's 4 of these. This is, of course, the final one. The RRR is obviously the most iconic because of its name, but there's also such great hits as the Turbo RTS and Aero RS, and I don't know what the Aero's for either. Anyways, the race mod on this is sort of a very sort of bland one. It's a bit of a shame because the 97 and 95 Wagon Rs have this sort of very cool custom race livery, while as this one is just sort of a slight palette swap sort of colour blocking thing going on. You can have it in the white and blue or the grey and red, I think. So white and blue is the obvious choice here. 4-wheel drive, 187 horsepower, 731 kilos. It does have to be said that Wagon Rs are on the heavier side of key cars, but nevertheless, may that not stop it from achieving greatness around this course. The Suzuki Wagon RRR is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. While that might be a Suzuki, that set a time of 25.696, and this particular Suzuki Wagon R is not getting anywhere close to that. Chalk that up to another one of those great we need a Pikes Peak versions of a Suzuki Wagon R. The quickest Suzuki Wagon R to go around the course was the Column FT. That set a time of a 32.2. From what I remember, 2 Wagon Rs ran race mod and the 95 did not. I do remember that car because it had a burgundy and sort of beigey colour two-tone thing going on. The Wagon RRR does not have any interesting colour schemes like that, so we're not really missing much by running the racing modification. It is the first Suzuki Wagon R to get into the under 32 second mark, which is actually quite impressive. A lot more key cars obviously doing it now than they used to, but still, something worth mentioning. Need to stop colliding with that wall, although it does have to be said, cutting the corner in that way is a very quick way to get round it in a vehicle like this. Although obviously losing the momentum when hitting the wall is less than ideal, as is hitting that ramp, but I think we got away with it. Gear ratios in this are a little bit wanting, it does have to be said. It sort of pings off the limiter in second, sort of where you really wish it wouldn't. If it could do a couple more kilometers an hour in that gear, that would be actually quite ideal for it, to be honest. But it just runs out of puff a little bit at the top end of that gear. I'm actually quite impressed by its ability to take that ramp. It didn't seem to lose too much momentum by doing that, which is, given this sort of classic car, actually very impressive, it does have to be said. 31.737, that is actually mighty quick for a K vehicle, it does have to be said. It actually, I know this is going to sound corny because it has 180 horsepower and four-wheel drive, but it actually handles sublime, this thing. There is no complications whatsoever with its handling, which is very impressive because sometimes these key vehicles can be a bit of a problem. 31.520. That might be the quickest key car we've had. That is awfully impressive. I was not expecting a 31.520 out of this. I have completely lost track of what the quickest key car is now. I want to say it was... Is it the Subaru Plio? One of the Subaru Plios? Maybe? I'm just trying to look. Talk amongst yourselves. Fiat 600. 600 was quicker than most of them. I want to say it was the Subaru Plio RS, but I could be wrong. That does seem wrong to me. Yeah, either way, I'll fact check that afterwards. But anyways, a 31.520 is an incredibly good time for a wardrobe, basically. Admittedly, I do think I've got everything out of that. I don't think there is any more time to be found in that vehicle, but that is super impressive. A 31.520 will place this into 473rd place. Goes in between the Lotus Elise and the Mugen Accord SIRT, and while that is a standard Lotus Elise that it is only 1,000th of a second off, that is actually the second quickest of the Elises that we've had. So, well, normal Elises anyway, so that is very impressive, quicker than a Renault Megane Coupe, Plymouth PT Spider, Lotus Elan, Lexus SC400, quicker than a Mazda Demio GLX. In terms of things it's slower than, I mean, sort of comparable to this, Daihatsu Sirion, Toyota Yaris, but again, these are all cars in the class above, Fiat 600, Opel Corsa is slightly quicker than this. I'm just trying to look. I swear we had a key car that, like, decimated everything, but I could be very wrong on that, and in fact, I think I am. I think this is our quickest key car that we have ever had around this course. That is impressive. But we have one more wardrobe to go. Can that beat this one? The 1998 Daihatsu Move Aerodown Custom. This is the final Daihatsu to take on the course and the final move to take on the course. There are 5 of them in this game. Yes, I can't believe there's that many either. And the Aerodown Custom is easily my favourite of the bunch because it looks like it does. Yeah, it has this sort of ground effects kit. It has the 4 headlights like a later Subaru Impreza or a Lexus GS. It has the hood scoop. It has giant chrome door mirrors for no good reason. It is a very funky looking vehicle and I am all for it. And in terms of sort of key cars and how ridiculous some of the body modifications to these cars were. GT2 doesn't even touch the surface of how bizarre some of them were. It doesn't even touch on the sort of retro craze that was going on in Japan in the late 90s with some truly bizarre looking vehicles, which I'm going to spare you the thought of. Either way, this car is of course here with a purpose. Last time out we had the Suzuki Wagon RRR, and it became the quickest key car we've ever had, and by quite some margin as well. So the question is, can the Daihatsu Move Aero Down Custom deliver a final killing blow? It isn't our final key car though, so there's still some room there, but it is our final wardrobe key car, so yeah. Also, interesting fact, despite being called the Aero Down, it doesn't feature a rear wing. So, yeah, no drag on this, I guess, then. It's all about straight line speed, this baby. It does weigh a little bit more than the Wagon RRR as well. I'm going to chalk that down to the fact that it has one more door than that car did. Anyways, four-wheel drive, 193 horsepower, 793 kilograms. It is slightly up on power from the Wagon RRR. I want to say about 6 horsepower, but it also weighs about 80 kilos more, so it'll be interesting to see which one will come out on top. Anyways, the Daihatsu Move Aero Down Custom is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Allowed track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. I was about to say Wagon R for a second there, it isn't. The Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version, that car set a time of a 25.696. The Daihatsu Move Aero Down Custom is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, obviously we have the gauntlet of the Suzuki Wagon RRR, that set a time of a 31.530 last time out. The quickest Daihatsu Move was the Move SRXX 2-wheel drive 97. That set a time of a 31.760. So, yeah, interestingly, the Moves have always been quicker than the Wagon R's historically. So, see if this one can live up to that legacy, or on the final hurdle, whether Daihatsu is going to slip and become the second best wardrobe manufacturer. Straight away, 2 observations need to be made. The gear ratios on this are a lot nicer than they were in the Wagon RRR. It actually feels like I can generate a decent, like, I don't have to, third gear is basically perfect, is what I'm trying to say, in terms of like going around the corners and stuff. However, another problem is this doesn't handle as nice as the Wagon RRR. That sort of turned on a dime. This has a little bit of understeer creeping in. And yes, I also can't believe that they've managed to make a 193 horsepower box on Racing Supersoft's understeer either, but apparently that is something Daihatsu has managed. It's a bit of a shame really, because Daihatsus are usually very quick around here, but not so much in this case. It is also worth pointing out quickly that the Daihatsu Move Aero Down Custom is one of the very few key cars that you can actually drive in arcade mode as well, in Class C. These are available, and of course if you've like actually got stuff in your garage you can use that, which is how this series works. But yeah, an interesting little factoid for you there. Competes in Class C. It gets utterly destroyed by pretty much every normal car in Class C, but it's nice that it's there. I think it's this and the Suzuki Alto Works SZR are the 2 cars for that. To the line, a 31.977. It is getting into under 32 seconds, but yeah, a little bit disappointing from the Move Aero Down Custom. I was hoping it was going to have a little bit more, we was going to be in for a little bit more of a intense battle here, but as it turns out, we are not. It's not even the quickest Move Although, given the weight of it, I guess that's to be expected. Apparently, there's potential to push a little bit more time out of this. I have no doubt you could get it into a little bit more of a 31.9, but yeah, it's just not as nice to drive as the Wagon RRR. So the final blood has to go to the Suzuki Wagon, but nevertheless, still quite a good achievement for a key wardrobe. A 31.977 will place this into 534th place, goes in between the Toyota Sora 2.5 GTT and the Nissan Silvia Qs. It is quicker than a Nissan Pulsar, quicker than a Mugen CRX Pro 3, a Honda CRX Del Sol, Mitsubishi Mirage Asti, quicker than an MGF, quicker than a Jaguar XJ Sport. That is interesting. It's quicker than the Subaru Plio RM, not the RS, the two-wheel drive one. That was a little bit quicker than this, quite a bit quicker actually. It's only slightly slower than a BMW 840 Ci, so it still sounds pretty impressive. In terms of what's beating it, sort of this size range, Mini Cooper 1.3, Subaru Vivio RXRA, the Alto works, Daihatsu Mira, the TR four-wheel drive is quicker than this, which is quite surprising because that's quite significantly down on power compared to this. And then, yeah, sort of a few more Alto works, a few more Plios, and then obviously the Wagon RRR. So there you go. Like I mentioned, not our final keycar. There is one more remaining, and good luck guessing which one it is, but yeah, there you go. Still impressive from this car, and at least it looks good going around our track. The 1999 Volkswagen Golf 4 2.8 V6. This is our final Volkswagen to take on the course, and the final Golf, for which there are 5 in this game, if you can believe it or not. The V6 in the base game is broken, so GT2 Plus fixes that, as it does so many other things. So in the base game, the 2.8 V6 is a direct copy of the 2.3 V5. Same engine, same drivetrain, all the rest of it. However, this should be a V6, hence the name, and it also should be four-wheel drive, which GT2 Plus fixes. So we've got the correct engine in this, and we've got the correct drivetrain and the correct weight, because obviously this will weigh more being the four-wheel drive V6 Golf. These were a thing. A lot of people forget that it wasn't just the R32s that were V6s, they were actually standard V6 4-motion Golfs that you could buy. They were mostly sort of the luxury spec. I think quite a lot of them were automatic. It'll be interesting to see sort of what gearbox is in this when we got onto the track, but no, they are actually quite cool. I'm not a Mark IV person, but if I saw a V6, I think I'd be impressed. And I'm not a fan of an R32 either, so I'd be even more impressed because of that. Of course, though, this obviously raises an interesting point. If this is now four-wheel drive and has the V6 engine, which can be boosted to almost 500 horsepower, in fact, that is the same amount of power that an Impreza makes. The top-line Imprezas make 497 horsepower. How quick is this going to be around our track? That's the question we're going to find out today. I should mention this race mod. I've ran 3 of the Golfs with race mod. The rally car was sort of forced into its own spec. The GTI, I ran the silver and blue race mod that you can get, which is quite dull. And now this one runs this race mod. The red wheels are a choice. I wouldn't say this is one of my favourites. My favourite is easily the one that's on the Golf 4 rally car, which incidentally is the quickest Golf that we've had go around the course so far. But this one, I suppose this is second best. At least there was some effort put into this. It's got some weird Underground 2 style front headlights on it. Anyways, four-wheel drive, 497 horsepower, 1,196 kilos. You know, even that weight stat's not that bad, really. This could be quite a quick car, but there is only one way to find out. We have a 6-speed. Okay, we are definitely got a manual, because no 6-speed automatics existed in 1999? Question mark. Anyways, to find out how the Golf V6 gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car's at a 25.696, and this Golf is not beating that. In terms of where this is going to go, the quickest Golf we ever had was the 1.8 turbo rally car. The 1.8 turbo actually makes a good amount of power in this game as well, although still 100 down on this. Nevertheless, it did get into the under 30 club. It's at a 29.911. And in fact, the non-race modded 1.8 turbo Golf set a time of a 30.010, I think it was. It was very nearly under 30 in and of itself, so... and that's just been smashed by this one, obviously. 29.1. There is understeer in this. There is no denying the understeer of the Golf 4. There's also no denying the this sort of four-wheel drift there. We've got a little bit of a drift going on, which I don't think I've ever had with Golf before, so we'll take that. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame this is as understeery as it is, really. I think if this wasn't understeery, this could be a sort of supreme, sort of top-line car. I mean, 29.1 certainly isn't bad. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to pull more time out of it, though, to be honest. Because outside of that sort of first sector, the rest of that lap was pretty spot on. Sort of using the grass there to try and comb the understeer out of the car. It is, I think, a little bit consistent, actually, to be fair, because we are sort of getting close to my ghost time there. But, maybe I said 29.810, but then again, there were mistakes in that lap, and there's mistakes in this lap as well. Just overcooked it a little bit. This is almost certainly going to be one of those cars, by the looks of it, where I set a great sort of first lap in it, and then just trying to push it. It does not like to be pushed. This is, yeah, a car that's a bit averse to it, which is a shame. Again, I'd love to get like an under 29 in this thing. As much as I don't like a Mark IV Golf, that would be kind of peak. Yeah, there's definitely some room in that first sector to go a little bit quicker. No doubt about that. I think there's probably 0.1 in this. I don't think this is an under 29 car, to be honest. The way it drives heavy as well, to sort of keep the excuses coming in. It does feel like quite a heavy car when you sort of try and push it, so yeah, but I mean, it's still by far and away the quickest Golf, and it beats some pretty established names in doing so. So, ultimately, I suppose a little bit disappointed considering the statistics of it, but again, considering what it is, I can't imagine a lot of people really expected a lot out of the Mark IV Golf V6. Probably most of you forgot this car existed, but yeah, there it was. Yeah, I mean, there's some fractions in there. That sort of lap 5. Apparently sector 1 was the quickest on that second lap. I guess that makes sense because I kept fluffing up that first sector. It is understeery. That's the one sort of main takeaway, I think, from this vehicle, is it's understeery. And it doesn't like being pushed. So it's one of those. I think, to be honest with you, if you really don't try and push it, it feels fairly consistent. You sort of know what it's going to do. You know, the front end isn't really going to turn in with much certainty, but the rest of the car is very, very compliant and very comfortable to drive, to be honest. So, yeah, but not a bad time, all things considered, I guess. A 29.100 on the dot is going to place this into 115th place. Goes in between the Subaru Legacy Touring Wagon GTB Limited and the Subaru Impreza WRX STI Wagon version 3. Could have gone between any cars with a longer name. It is quicker than a Honda S2000 GT1, Skyline GTR V-Spec, Lancia Delta HF Integrale Rally Car, quicker than a Roof BR2, quicker than a Toyota Celica ST205. And the ST205 isn't actually too far away from this statistically, I don't think. I'm sort of looking down what's more comparable to this. It's quicker than all of the Galants. It's quicker than all of the Legnums, obviously, as well. Quicker than an Evo 4 GSR, Evo 3 rally car. It is a quick car, to be fair to it. Again, doesn't quite manage to crest into the echelon of being sort of a super fast car. But it got damn close, and like I say, I'm actually quite pleasantly surprised with the time from that. The 1998 Toyota Altezza RS200. This is our 5th and final Altezza to take on the course, if you count the IS200, and these cars have been a mixed bag. The LM edition obviously was very quick. The 280T tuned by Tom's was quick. The Lexus IS200 was pretty good. And the AS200 was terrible because it had a 4-speed automatic gearbox and it just was the worst to drive. So I'm hoping this is more like the Toms. To be fair, this should have the 6-speed box from memory, so this should be a little bit better. So yeah, excited for this one. I'm a big fan of the Altezza / IS200, a car that sort of revolutionised quite a lot of early 2000s car culture because, of course, it had the Lexus lights, as we called them here, or Altezza lights, as apparently they were called elsewhere. This light design sort of caught on in the tuner scene, and we were all worse off for it, but they do look pretty good on this car. I also really like the race mod on this RS200. I assume it's based off some sort of Altezza Cup car. If it's a Polyphony sort of homegrown design, then they've done a really good job. Again, sort of talking early 2000s car culture, it's a little bit like, this is going to sound so weird to most people. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Cross's Corvette from Most Wanted, with the sort of the sort of tears down the side of it. Just me? Okay. Still, I'm hoping this one is going to be pretty good. It should be. And yeah, hopefully we can give the Altezza a good send-off. I think this is our last 4-door Toyota as well, from memory. Anyways, front-engined rear-wheel drive, 420 horsepower, 1,144 kilograms. In terms of statistics for a rear-wheel drive car, they're pretty good. Not spectacular, but pretty good. Anyways, to find out how the Altezza RS200 gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. 6-speed, cool. Where it's going to have the chance to set 6 laps as fast as it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. This car unlikely to beat that. A little bit tail happy coming off the grass there. Hopefully this is a compliant car. Again, sort of the LS and the Toms were pretty good from memory, so I'm hoping this should be as well. 420 horsepower isn't really a lot to get caught out by in this game, it does have to be said. Actually, to be fair, it handles reasonably well. Again, a little bit of sort of wheel spin pickup if you go over the grass, but nothing sort of disastrously wrong with it. 30.372, and there's the proof in the pudding. What did the Tom set? 30.369. Okay, cool. So if this goes an inch faster, it will be quicker than the Tom's version of this car. Now, admittedly, the Tom's version ran, well, you know me, I like a number pun, so it was probably ran around episode 280 because it's called the Tom's Altezza 280T, so yeah, that probably explains a little bit of that. Obviously, this is car number 615, I think. So yeah, quite a whiles away from that. Although I don't remember the Toms being massively different in terms of statistics from this. Obviously, it has that Castrol race mod, which was very cool. But yeah, I don't remember it being too massively different from this one. It's just a nice car to drive, really. Like I say, I wish the on-grass performance was a little bit nicer. It does like to go a little bit sideways when you're sort of going on there, which is a problem, obviously, for the way we drive this track. But as a sort of overall thing, it's pretty good. It handles reasonably nice. It feels pretty consistent as we're putting in laps around here. So, yeah, not a lot of complaints on this one. To be fair, this is one of the very first cars that you're probably ever going to see in GT2. I think it's in one of the very first license tests, and it's also obviously the background to the Toyota dealership. So yeah, got a little bit of a legacy going on in GT2. This car, a 30.202. Yeah, I think they could probably go a little bit quicker. If I had to guess, obviously, sort of being rear-wheel drive does hurt it a little bit. But, yeah, solid performance, solid car. It looks good, it drives well. You may accuse it of being a little bit bland, and I honestly understand if you did. Outside of its very cool sort of gauge cluster, which is very, very cool. But yeah, good car. Good time, good car. Can't really complain there. And I mean, yeah, in terms of the sectors, it's all fairly tight. I think there is a little bit more time that can come out of that. I think you could possibly push it into a 30.1. But no, I think we got fairly close to the ceiling with this car, and yeah, like I say, honestly, there's not really too much to say. It's just a good, nice, honest driving car. A 30.202 will place this into 245th place, goes in between a Jaguar XKR Coupe and a Nissan Skyline 25 GT Turbo. It is quicker than the Nismo GTR LM road car, quicker than the 323 Interplay, which is a little bit more saying about the Interplay than this. Quicker than the Skyline GTSR, quicker than a Honda S2000, quicker than, I think that's the quickest Fairlady Z we've ever had. Quicker than an Evo 2 GSR. Lexus GS400, that was a very good car to drive that as well. Yeah, a good time for a good car, and there really is not much more to say than that. Just overall, good. Good job, Altezza. The 1998 Alfa Romeo 166 3-litre V6 24 valve. This is the final Alfa Romeo to take on the course, so of course it had to be Alfa Red. Sort of for that, but also primarily because it looks so cool on this 166, and what an absolute baller you would have been in 1998 to drive around in this Alfa 166 V6. You'd have bought it not for the resale value, because it would have been worth nothing the second you drove it off the lot. You bought it because you were a baller. Very cool car. Big fan of the 166. Big fan of this 3-litre V6, the good old Busso engine. One of the great V6 engines of all time. Now, with that all being said, while this may be a fantastic engine, when it wormed its way into the GTV, the Twin Spark sort of turned out to be a little bit more drivable, and the 2-litre Twin Spark is the quickest 166 we've had go around the course. There are 3 of them in this game for some reason, and I'm not complaining. There is the Twin Spark, the 2.5 V6 Sportronic, and then this 3-litre V6. Obviously, this one's the most expensive and most powerful, so be interesting to see. Obviously, the Twin Spark is, I think, turbocharged. Well, it gets the turbo upgrade. It's not turbocharged from factory, obviously. Meanwhile, this V6 is a big naturally aspirated lump, so yeah, I'm not expecting any sort of records to be set on fire with this, but I'm expecting it to look very cool and, yeah, just have a nice sort of careful romp in to getting Alfa Romeo into the history books for this series. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 416 horsepower, 1,343 kilos. I think that makes this one of the heaviest front wheel drive cars in this game. It's definitely got to be up there. Anyways, to find out how the Alfa Romeo 166 V6 gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version that car set a time of a 25.696. The 166 is unlikely to beat that. There is a lot of numbers in this episode. The quickest 166 was the Twin Spark. That set a time of a 30.832, so that's the target time for this car. Admittedly, I think most of the 166s in this series ran ages ago, so that's sort of well, that's one of the reasons why it's the final Alpha, because, you know, there are quite a few of these, and as it turns out, they took a little while to get through, so there's more 166s in this game than there are GTVs. Well, that's thinking. I think that might actually be true of sort of GT4 onwards as well, actually. I mean, there was one of these and then one GTV, I think, right? Or was there 2 GT? I can't remember. Anyways, this handles alright. It's sort of... I'm trying to think the best way to describe this. There's definitely front end plow. There's no getting around that. It is heavy on the front end. It feels heavy on the front end. But I suppose it's got that sort of front wheel drive, point at a corner. I mean, as long as you accelerate, eventually it'll sort itself out quality. That I quite like in a front wheel drive car in this game. They feel very plowy, which depending on what it is a good or a bad thing. Obviously, quite a lot of the time it's a bad thing, but in this sort of 1300 kilo Alpha, I wasn't really sure what else it can do other than plow, so there we go. 30.773. I've had to sacrifice this lap slightly. I'd say that actually. We managed to not take to the skies on this lap. It's all about just keeping that rear end under control. It's still sort of got a bit of Alpha character to it, you know. It still handles a little bit youthful, even though it's an executive saloon car. It's still got a little bit of a sort of, you know, get up and go about it, which I really like. We are going to understeer straight into the jump there. I knew that was coming, and that's obviously mucked up the entire line through there. But no, good car this actually. I've got to be honest. Actually, I'm pleasantly surprised. And I think, to be honest with you, this sort of V6 lump suits this car far more than the Twin Spark did. And it has gone quicker than the Twin Spark as well by about 0.3, which I suppose makes sense. Around most tracks, to be clear, this would be quicker than the Twin Spark, obviously, because it just has more power. But the Twin Spark does sort of benefit from a little bit of a better weight distribution, i.e. not all at the front all the time, and also, again, just sort of punchy acceleration from that turbo kit. But no, I'm pretty happy with that. That felt pretty consistent. It felt pretty good. Potentially more time in it, sure, but no, I think we did pretty darn well there, all things considered. A 30.532 will place this into 310th. It goes in between the Nissan Silvia Spec R and the Nissan Fairlady Z version S2-seater. It is quicker than a Lexus IS 200, a Lancia Stratos, that is funny. Quicker than the Corolla 11 BZR, the Subaru Alcione. It's quicker than the Alfa Romeo Spider to its Twin Spark, which says more about the Spider than it does about this, I assure you. That car was not good. It is actually quicker than the quickest front-wheel drive Celica. And it's this thing. It's quicker than an XJR as well. That's something worth mentioning. Yeah, good car. Like I say, considering sort of going into this expecting absolutely nothing from this, just sort of a fun little romp to round off the Alphas, because the Alphas have been pretty quick, sort of overall around this course. That turned out to be better than I expected, so yeah, good job Alpha. The 1997 Mazda Speed RX-7 A-Spec LM Edition. This is the third and final RX-7 LM Edition. Yes, there's 3 of them in this game. There is the standard RX-7 LM Edition, the GTC LM Edition, and this, the A-Spec LM Edition. This one's probably the most interesting of all of them, because this one obviously carried over from GT1, but in this game, it serves quite a crucial role. You see, this is essentially, by default car. The reason for that is simple. This car's file name is the first one in the list. So if you ever see a Gran Turismo 2 mod, or just something going on with content or whatever, and you see this car's logo, that's because it's the first in the list, and so for that reason, it is the default logo in this game, and now you know. So there you go, there's one to keep an eye out on. In terms of RX-7 LM editions, the GTC LM was mental but quick. The other one was just not very good, but managed to look its way into a pretty decent lap time. This one is the least powerful of all of the RX-7 LM editions. I'm hoping that translates into it being the most controllable, but I guess we will find out. It is sort of the most nothing to look at, I guess. The GTC LM edition is obviously based on the RX-7 GTC road car concept that we see in the game, and the other RX-7 LM edition, which also was carried over from GT1, that's based on the 15th anniversary RX-7, whereas this one is basically the A-Spec with a livery. And don't get me wrong, it's an okay livery, but yeah, not all that special looking, it does have to be said. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 549 horsepower, 1,050 kilograms. For a default car, they're fairly defaulty stats for a race car in this game. Anyways, to find out how the RX-7 A-Spec LM edition gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. This one is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the RX-7 GTC LM edition set a 28.366. The RX-7 LM edition set a time of a 28.675. So, like I said, on paper, this should be the weakest. However, it already feels pretty controllable. It also has to be said, apart from sort of one weird fluke that happened, the RX-7 A-Spec is the quickest RX-7 we've had go around this course, the standard road-going version, so this car should do pretty well. 28.812 on its sort of first flyer is pretty good. It does have to be said. I mean, that being said, I don't really know. I mean, surely, obviously, there's always places to make time up, but yeah, the way I describe this, I think I'd describe the other GT1 RX-7 LM edition as thus. It doesn't feel all that race car-y to drive. Not in the sense that it's like going to kill you like the other one did. This is more in the sense of it just, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it has sort of ridiculous levels of turning grip. It doesn't feel particularly sort of stupidly fast as race cars often can feel in this game. It honestly feels like a tuned version of the other A-Spec, the standard road-going car, which is sort of what it looks like. Is it perceived low? Is it looks? I'm not too sure. So far, we are sort of roughly halfway between both of them. This can go a little bit quicker. I don't know if this is as quick as the GTC, though, to be honest. So, yeah, even if we don't sort of set the track alight on this final lap, I don't think there's an awful amount much more sort of give and go in this, but we will see. I took that first sector pretty darn well on that. Well, it does have to be said, bit by the rear end. I knew that was going to happen eventually. Yeah, there's a little bit of time in this, but again, I don't really know how much it would save it, really. It is a nice driving car. It sounds like I'm being overly critical of it, and I'm not really. It drives pretty well. It still sets a time that's blisteringly quick around this course, all things considered. It's just not sort of super quick, and again, it just doesn't feel all that racy to me. It feels good. It drives nice. It just isn't, you know, sort of, I don't know. Doesn't feel super competitive. I think that'd be the way I'd describe it. It doesn't feel, you know, again, evidently, you know, all the sectors are the same. So it is a nice driving car. It drives well. There's a good amount of grip. It's a lot better than the RX-7 LM edition, for which the other one's in this game. Yeah, and this one quite literally sort of splits the two, I think. It's about sort of 0.15 up on the other RX-7 LM edition, and then 0.15 down on the other one. So I suppose it worked out in a way, strangely, but yeah. Mind you, I suppose it's default car. And at the end of the day, default car has got to do nothing more than sort of go and stop just fine. Anyways, a 28.542 plugs a little bit of a gap in our leaderboard. It goes into 57th place. Something finally bridges the gap between the Espace F1 and that Takata NSX, because that's quite a large gap considering how close the rest of our leaderboard is. It is quicker than a Subaru Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 5, the Arta Zexel Skyline, Jaguar XJR 15. It is quicker than the Vauxhall Calibra Super Touring car, which means it's quicker than all of the Super Touring cars in this game. Quicker than the TVR Cerberus LM Edition, CLK Race Car. I mean, again, quicker than the RX-7 LM Edition, quicker than the NSXR GT1 Turbo, quicker than the Copperhead LM Edition. It is quicker than a vast number of LM editions. In fact, sort of looking at the board, I'm just trying to see if I can pick anything out. No, it's not. I was about to say it's the quickest Gran Turismo 1 LM edition, but that's not true because the GTO and the FTO exist, and they are much quicker than this. But other than that, I think that's, yeah, pretty much it. The rest of them are all sort of Gran Turismo 2 LM edition. So, yeah, a good car, drives well, all the rest of it. Just don't expect it to sort of set a track alight, really. Don't expect it to drive much like a race car. But looking at time, it sure can compete with them, so what do I know? The 1998 Mazda RX-7 Type RS. This is the final RX-7 to take on the course, and it feels like a lineage that has lasted forever. There are about 20 RX-7s in this game, but to be fair, that list is nowhere near as exhaustive as the amount of Imprezas or Skylines in this game, and yet this one seems to have felt the longest for some reason. I think it's because I sort of didn't realise to get on with the RX-7s quite so quickly as I did with the Skylines and the Imprezas, where I really knew I had to move through them at a pretty sort of good pace, otherwise they were all going to mount up at the end, whereas these sort of seemingly have done that. So, but either way, this is the final one. This is, in theory, the quickest of all of them, and for a reason I'm going to explain in a second, I'm going to explain why that isn't going to be true. What I can tell you is this is the 98, which means it has the option of 2 race mods. You can have the sort of generic looking stacker livery that we've seen, the silver sort of gold stripe and then the blue at the bottom, or it can be red at the top. And also this Super Taikyu livery, which is a BP livery. I'm not a huge fan of either of them, to be perfectly honest. I'm sure this livery has a lot of fans, but for me, it's a little bit generic. I'm not a huge fan of sort of black race car liveries to begin with. They need to have quite a sort of extensive pattern going on, and this one doesn't really have that, so not a huge fan. So this is the most powerful RX-7 you can buy. 643 horsepower. Now, RX-7s have gone pretty well around this course. A lot of them are in the under 30 club. However, a lot of those that have done really well have had power around 500 horsepower. And what we found, especially with these later 98 cars that do have more power isn't necessarily making them any quicker. It's just making them harder to control. So this should really be the sort of peak of that. So I'm not expecting this to be a pleasant time driving this around, but I guess we'll find out. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 643 horsepower, 1,093 kilos. That is also very, very light, which contributes to the problem. It's also got quite a lot of torque for a rotary, so yeah, none of these are good things that I'm saying as much as they sound like they should be. Anyways, to find out how the Mazda RX-7 Type RS gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. This one is unlikely to beat that, obviously. In terms of where this is going to go, the quickest RX-7 was the Ifini Type RB96. That's at a 29.3, which clears it from the second quickest RX-7, which is the A-Spec. Science still cannot explain why the Type RB was as quick as it was. But the A-Spec sort of tells you everything you need to know. That car had exactly 500 horsepower. Very controllable, very good to drive, and that ran quite a long time ago. So, in comparison, the RX-7 GTC ran a 29.575, and that car, 29.575, yeah, 29.595. So it was not that much slower. However, that car had 675 horsepower. So, yeah, and that car was a bastard. So, I'm not really sure. This feels okay-ish at the moment. Obviously, we've sort of set a 29.765 banker For this to become the quickest 98 RX-7, I think it is set at 29.646. And if it does do that, then it will sort of cast a doubt on everything I've just said about power and RX-7's not driving too well. And it does that. Okay, cool. Well, that's nice. Nice to know I can't predict a single thing in this series anymore. I mean, in theory, obviously, if you used to sort of gather this up and you drive it well enough, this should obviously be the sort of quickest one. This and the GTC. But yeah, for it to do that, I'm very impressed. I'm hoping I can get another good lap out. It didn't actually even feel all that fast, sort of driving it around, to be honest. So. But no, this is very quick, very good rear-wheel drive cars. They're very sort of consistently good, to be honest. Taking to that runoff was a huge mistake. Some may even call it massive. We're just going to drift on this final lap, apparently. This could go quicker. I mean, I'm not shocked, because it's a hugely powerful rear-wheel drive car, so of course it could go quicker. Most of them can. But yeah, for it to be the second quickest normal RX-7, it's mighty impressive. It does have to be said. Very impressive, actually. Good car. Good job, RX-7. Like I say, I really was not expecting that, to be honest. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of time in that. I thought I had a really bad Sector 2 on that sort of quickest lap, but maybe that's just the way you sort of control this, because any way out, you're just going to sort of spin out and all the power's going to go away, so yeah. But either way, very good time from a not particularly great car, it does have to be said, but no, it's done its job. Science still can't explain why the Type RB 96 was as quick as it was, but I can at least explain this one. A 29.461 will place this into 149th place. Goes in between the Toyota Supra CDMA-1 Turismo and the Corolla Rally Car, both cars that ran a long time ago. It is quicker than a Camaro SS, which is a far better car than this is. It's quicker than a C55 AMG, which is a far better car than this is. Quicker than a Subaru Forester, Lancia Delta Integrale Evo. Again, sort of 0.1 up on the RX-7 A-Spec. Same for the Lister Storm V12. It's quicker than the RX-7 GTC. To be fair to it, is far better to drive than the RX-7 GTC, and that didn't have race mod as well. Yeah, that was quite good. I'm quite happy I never have to drive one of these again, but I'm quite happy I could give this car a good send-off, because ultimately these have actually been really nice driving cars. And this sort of proves again, you know, even with 640 horsepower, there are far worse rear-wheel drive cars. You could drive a Fairlady, which is terrible, or a Corvette, which isn't much better, or a TVR Cerbera, which has like 100 less horsepower than this and nowhere near the grip this has. So yeah, you can definitely do worse, but if I was you, I would say I would just have the RX-7 A-Spec and the 91 RX-7 with like 430 horsepower. Sure, it might not be as outright quick, but they are so much nicer to drive, and they're just much more fun and easy to get along with. The 1970 Plymouth Superbird. This is the final classic muscle car, and I think even final normal muscle car, to take on the course. And of course it had to be the Superbird, because this is easily the most memorable of all of them from this game, in my opinion. In the base GT2, this is referred to as the muscle car Superbird, because of course this is technically based on the Roadrunner, and they couldn't use the Roadrunner name in GT2 for whatever reason, so muscle car, sure. Of course, this is the twin car to the Dodge Challenger Daytona. Challenger Daytona does have the body-coloured roof and perhaps some other differences. I think the rear and front end might be very slightly different. But on the whole, they are very similar cars, of course. Homologation cars for NASCAR, because these ones were very quick with the giant wing that apparently served a purpose. I don't know what purpose it would have served, but apparently it did, and it worked, and then it got banned. So that's that. These cars, of course, today, very desirable as far as classic muscle cars go. And the Superbird will forever be iconic because wing. I remember actually I had a Hot Wheels version of this car. It was a metallic yellow, and it had those horrible sort of giant Hot Wheels alloys on them, which I suppose in a way Hot Wheels were a bit of a visionary, because later on these cars would be resto modded with ridiculously sized wheels on them, even though they kept all the classic sort of muscle car style, which is a shame. Fortunately, this one is on proper wheels. Not expecting a lot out of this. Sort of muscle cars, classic muscle cars, sort of go into three categories around this course. You have the GT350, which was stupendously quick. Then you got the Camaro, which was reasonable, and then you got the gaggle of the rest of them. And that sort of sit around sort of between a 31.5 and a 33.2. The slowest muscle car we've had was the Plymouth GTX. So Plymouth not particularly got a good rep around this track, but we'll see. I think the quickest Plymouth was the PT Spider, so hopefully we can beat that today. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 587 horsepower, 1,550 kilograms, as usual for a muscle car. Ridiculous weight, ridiculous torque. Shouldn't be particularly drivable, but we'll find out. And of course, it doesn't actually fit on the screen correctly. To find out how quick the Plymouth Superbird is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to get the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version that car's at a time of 25.696. The Plymouth Superbird is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where the Superbird's gonna go, Roadrunner set a 31.7, the standard Dodge Challenger RT set a time of a 31.675, so somewhere in there would be good. Does not like the grass, this car. Does have to be mentioned straight away. Of course, I'm not too surprised. As you can see, very slidey, but the good news is, in a car like this, lots of lovely torque to drag it out of all of the corners, which is good. Yeah, I'm a big Superbird fan, so I'm quite happy to sort of be doing this one at last. Of course, everyone is, I think. It's sort of the car that you, or one of those cars that you really remember in GT2. The first time you sort of see it lumbering around, this is the muscle car you want. Of course, it also comes in a bunch of ridiculous colours. I've gone for the green. That was a good lap. 30.7. Wow. There we go. Now, to be clear, with the classic muscle cars, a lot of them did run quite early on, so obviously there's certain accounts you have to make for the fact that my sort of throttle control is probably a little bit better than it used to be with these vehicles, but still, that is a very impressive lap time. This actually doesn't drive terribly. Obviously, within its limits, there is... You know, it's still big, heavy, it really doesn't like the grass, but if it goes sideways, you know, that's sort of it, that's where it's going. But if you can just about get it to hang on, it isn't bad. There's a decent chunk of grip, actually. I suppose that wing must be helping this car along. In real life, I don't think it actually served to really do downforce. I think it was more sort of aerodynamic, like lift and stuff to avoid that, but I'm not too sure. I really can't speak for this. I'm not an aerodynamicist. I'm also not a NASCAR expert whatsoever. I couldn't care less about NASCAR, so my ability to tell you any history of NASCAR and this car's competition routes is completely zilch. I mean, we've actually, to be fair, obviously that sort of lap seems to be the outlier, but we said a 31.2, which isn't bad. You probably very consistently do sort of 31s in this once you get the lines down and stuff, but it is one of those cars where once the lap time is set, that's it. I think that actually means we have a tie as well. And you know how much I hate a tie, but yeah, we'll take it in the case of the Superbird. Yeah, could have gone a little bit quicker. I have no doubt if you sort of go round and round, you could probably get sort of a higher 30.7, which would be good because 30.7 is sort of a very crowded section of our leaderboard, but still, a pretty good time from this car. And again, fairly reasonable to drive, to be honest with you. Far scarier than it actually, well, looks far scarier than it actually is. A 30.797 is going to place this into 363rd place. It ties the Nissan Primera 2 litre from 1990. Of course, when a car gets a tie, it's the car that first set the time that wins out, so the Primera goes on top of this. It is quicker than a Ford Mondeo, a Nissan March Super Turbo, a naturally aspirated Toyota Supra, which is quite funny, quicker than an Aston Martin DB7, don't talk about that, quicker than the Dodge Copperhead concept car. It is by far and away the quickest Plymouth, beats the PT Spider by about 0.7, quicker than the Shelby Cobra 427, quicker than the Camaro Z28 from 1969. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of sort of muscle cars, I think the only thing really quicker than this is, of course, sort of the modern stuff, the Mustangs, Camaros, stuff like that, and the Shelby GT350R. So, good job from the giant Superbird, and a nice way to stand off the old muscle cars. The 1999 Honda Accord Type R. This is our final Accord to take on the course, and this Accord is pretty special. You see, every Accord in Gran Turismo 2 naturally is based on the Japanese market Accords. Apart from this one, the Type R was a European exclusive, so that of course means this is based on the European 6th generation Accord, which shared its underpinnings with the Rover 600, one of the best looking Accord generations in my opinion, this one. And the Type R is a very well revered car, especially now in the modern days, now that Civic Type Rs are insanely expensive. People are starting to look at these sort of lesser known Type Rs to get their Type R thrills, and this was a very good car. 2.2 litre VTEC engine. I think in these ones, in base, it pushes out just under 200 horsepower, standard manual transmission, as you would expect. In terms of Gran Turismo 2, this one often gets forgotten about because it's a prize car. This is from the Sedan Cup. I've just had to look over there. This is from the Sedan Cup, so a little bit of a lesser forgotten vehicle. In terms of the race mod as well, it doesn't really shout about itself too much. It's very similar to the race mod that can be found on some of the 6th generation Civics, where it's just sort of a colour block at the bottom and then some Honda logos. The Kenwood logo, though, is a nice touch. It is a strange one, considering by this point, the 1999 BTCC season, they were using this Gen of Accord as the base for the race car. So, a little bit weird they didn't decide to do a replica of that, but I don't know, this could have been a very late addition from PD, considering, again, it is only a European market vehicle, this one. And it would never return, of course, from this point onwards. They would be replaced in GT3 onwards by the Euro R Accords, which are different. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this one on the track. Front engine, front wheel drive, 328 horsepower, 1,148 kilograms. Accords on this series have been doing reasonably okay, as long as you ignore the 4-speed automatic wagons, but this one is not that. We get a juicy 5-speed, although it does seem to be quite long ratioed, so this is, I think, going to have to be a bit of a first gear car here, because second gear, yeah, just no revs whatsoever. And this being VTEC, of course, no turbocharger, so it is all NA tune power right at the top of the rev range. Anyways, to find out how the 1999 Accord Type R gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Accord Type R unlikely to beat that. In terms of Accords, the quickest Accord we've had was the 1996 Accord SIR Sedan. That's at a time of a 30.45, so that is the ballpark for this car. The 30.449 even, so just outside of that 0.45, but there you go. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a first gear car, which does mean it is a little bit sketchier to drive than some other front wheel drive vehicles can be. That does mean it's going to be very sensitive on the front end. Gran Turismo 2 doing an excellent job of simulating what it is like to drive a car in first gear, because when you first start driving it's pretty terrifying. 30.399 though, so if we can gather this all up, we are on for a reasonably quick car. Outside of sort of handling issues, this actually drives pretty darn well, it does have to be said. It does make me wish the gearbox was a little bit shorter ratioed, so we could get the most out of this, but alas, we get that long European gearbox. 30.060. I would dearly love to get this into the under 30 club. I want to say this would be, obviously I'm overthinking, no, the GTV, I was about to say, would this be the first naturally aspirated front wheel drive car to get into the under 30s, but I actually don't think it is, because again, GTV V6, maybe the first with the 4-cylinder, but again, that's sort of a little bit too niche there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to quite make that happen for this car, and the stag of oversteer on the exit there basically confirms that. Bit of a shame. I mean, I'm quite happy I got as good a lap as that out of it, to be honest, because that looked to be a pretty good lap actually, all things considered. Potentially a little bit of time in this, but being one of those sort of drive it in first gear cars, it can be a little bit inaccurate to drive, but on the whole I'd say it's easily the quickest called, even sort of semi-consistently with banging them laps in, so yeah, quite happy with that as a sort of overall vehicle, does have to be said. In terms of the lap times, yeah, that Sector 3, I'm not quite sure if I buy it being that much quicker, but if it was, then it'd be an under 30 car, so that would be good, but unfortunately not quite. I think if you sort of kept going round and round, you could potentially sort of get it in there. Obviously being able to do that in 6 laps is a little bit more of a problem, but a good time for a good car. A 30.060 will place this into 229th place, goes in between the Nissan Skyline GTS 25T Type M and the Nissan Silvia Spec R Aero. It is quicker than a TVR Chimera, quicker than an ST185 Toyota Sleeker GT4, quicker than a Spoon Integra Type R, Peugeot 406 V6 Coupe. In terms of cars sort of comparable to this, quicker than the Alfa Romeo 156 by about 0.1, Astra SRI, quicker than that, quicker than the Altezza RS200, again about 0.4 up on the normal Accord, so yeah, overall pretty good car. Not quite at the sort of ultra high level of front wheel drive car, again, if the gear ratios were different, who knows, but a pretty good time for a pretty good car. I'm happy with that as an Accord fan. The 1998 Renault Clio 16V. This is a car that, thanks to a GT2 Plus mod, has been turned from a Zero into a Nero. Essentially, in the base game, the Clio V6 does not have turbo tuning or NA tuning. And as a result of that, it goes from, I think the base on this is about 120 horsepower, and then you can upgrade it to about 140, and then that's the max. Thanks to GT2 Plus, this car now has turbo kits. So in the similar way that we've seen with the Mitsubishi Galant VRGs, those can now be substantially better than they were, as can this. Now, when I say substantially better, it still only makes 245 horsepower, which isn't an awful lot, but that should mean this car will go from competing right at the bottom end of our leaderboard to hopefully a little bit more respectable. I'm not too sure. I am looking pretty far down in terms of sort of cars to compare to this one, but hopefully it should be a little bit better. We'll see. Not a huge fan of this generation of Renault Clio, I will be honest. It's a little bit sort of unshapely. I do have to say this front end is better than the facelifted front end. But I think in terms of Clio's my favourite. Can you even have a favourite Clio? They're so like nothing vehicles. My favourite's probably like the first, then the 3rd gen, then this, then 5th and 4th, because I can't stand the new sort of pregnant look these cars have. But this one, I mean, this is a proper Clio, really. When you think Clio, you will think this car. You know, this sort of plodding hatchback with very grey plastics inside, that's very tinny, and probably driven by someone very spotty. That's usually what you think of when it comes to Clio, and this car does it well. I will say I'm very sort of curious on that rear hatch glass that sort of bends over the rear of the vehicle. That is interesting to say the least. I don't think I've ever noticed that really. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 245 horsepower, 1,007 kilograms. So in terms of power to weight ratio, it's not bad. That puts it fairly similar to the likes of like the Nissan Pulsars and Mitsubishi Colts. It should be quicker than those though, hopefully. Anyways, so we find out how the Renault Clio 16 valve gets along. It is going to have 6 laps of our Motorsports Land tracking on to the best time it possibly can. Our current lead is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that. Shocker. In terms of where this is going to go, I have opened the leaderboard up pretty sort of low down. So like Peugeot 106 S16, 31.9. We're already above that. I think the Citroen Saxo VTS set a 30.8. So if you can get near there, potentially could be a good one for it. Obviously, now that I've opened my leaderboard up to a pretty sort of low point, I can't really get it up now without getting to the end of this. But yeah, it's pretty much smashed all my expectations on its first lap. 31.274. I can't remember where the midpoint of this leaderboard is now. I think it's about 30.7. Actually, interestingly enough, I think one of the Galant VRGs is sort of around the 30.8 as well, so if this can get sort of near there, that'll be interesting to say the least. This is definitely the direction to go with this car. You know, in the base game, it really does not make all that much power. It's pretty useless, to be honest, especially when you compare it to the likes of the 106 and Saxo. Maybe could have done with a race mod this. And obviously, you know, the Clio V6 also exists, which overshadows this a fair amount as well. So, but this is definitely what it needs, because the gearing is actually very well set up for this course. A 30.659. Wow. Okay, we are going places in the little Clio. It does have to be said. Yeah, this is definitely what this car needed. I'll tell you that for free. That is stonking good lap time from the Clio. Quicker than the Saxo. Saxo admittedly does have less power than this. It is worth pointing that out. But I think the Saxo is also quite a bit lighter than this. There's also the Saxo rally car that's at like a 30.3 or whatever it was. So this isn't beating that, obviously. But yeah, in terms of an overall car, this ain't half bad. Pretty consistent as well, it does have to be said, which is a nice touch. Sort of messed that final sector up there. Could have been a little bit quicker on that final lap, but no, 30.659. That is the gauntlet set with this one. Really good job from the Clio. That's definitely going to upset a couple of names on our leaderboard, I'll tell you that for free. It's quicker than a Lancia Y. I've just noticed that out the corner of my eye, so there you go. If you want a Continental hatchback, the Clio in GT2 Plus is actually semi-worth considering. as it turns out. Could have been quicker, according to that as well. I think I did get a little bit of sort of dusty oversteer on the outside of that corner. Yeah, it's sort of an earlier 30.6. I don't know if it would quite push into the 30.5s. If it did, it would be really reaching at that point. But no, good time. Like I say, I'm actually quite surprised by how that drives. It drives pretty well considering what it is. Anyways, a 30.659 will place this into 332nd place. Goes in between the Ford Mustang GT and a Mitsubishi GTO SR. So it's quicker than a naturally aspirated Mitsubishi GTO, quicker than the TVR Griffith 500, the Mugen Prelude Type S, quicker than the Renault Laguna, which is interesting, V5 Golf. Sort of comparable cars to this. We sort of mentioned this is about 0.1 up on the Lancia Y. Quicker again than that Saxo EG Civic SIR. Quicker than the new Beetle, which was a terrible car to drive. I mean, in terms of sort of European hatchbacks quicker than this, there really isn't much. Slower than the Mitsubishi Mirage Asti RXR. Slower than the Civic Ferio, so that's sort of a more representative time for the EG Civic. It is slower than, quite significantly actually, it's slower than the BMW 323 Ti Compact, the Fiat Punto GT, and that Saxo rally car, but it is sort of right at the top of its game. Turns out the Clio with a turbocharger, actually not a bad shout. Of course, don't actually use this as a tutorial to make your Mark II Clio faster, because at the end of the day, no matter how much money you spend on a Mark II Clio, it will still be a Mark II Clio. The 1998 Toyota MR2 GTS. This is the 9th and final MR2 we've got to take a look at, even though 3 of them technically aren't MR2s, they're MRSs, and one of them's just an MR, but over here they were called MR2s, so I'm going to call them all MR2s. This is also, incidentally enough, our final Toyota road car. I was not expecting it to come down to the MR2, but that's the way it's gone. This is the most powerful of all of the MR2s, very powerful, in fact 514 horsepower, which is a little bit scary because mid-engine rear drive cars aren't particularly great to drive around here. So, not quite sure what to expect from this. To be fair, we did have the 96 model that set a reasonable enough lap time. I think that was slightly down on power compared to this, but still be interesting to see how this one does. Of course, it has the racing modification. I can't pronounce the name of the team, but this is the 1999 JGTC winning car, essentially for GC300 class, and would go on to become the Momo Course Apex MR2, which we've already seen go around the course, and that was easily the quickest of all the MR2s. This car comes in 2 colours, both of which are correct to the real car. So in the first half of this year that it won its championship, it ran in this blue, and then the second half it ran in the silver. And this is the livery. There was like no sponsors on it. So I've always thought it's a little bit of a weird looking car. The actual sort of body shape of it's quite cool, but you know, not having any sponsors, it doesn't really have any visual flair. The blue is easily the best of the 2 colour schemes in my opinion. But hopefully the sort of being sort of related to the JGTC car is going to help this one out, because that was a pretty good driving car. So yeah, that's my hope, but we will see. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 514 horsepower, 1,084 kilograms of weight. Of course, the big issue mid-engine rear drive cars usually have is understeer and issues on the grass. So let's see how the MR2 gets along. To find out how the MR2 GTS does get along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. This car unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the 96 MR2 GTS set a time of a 30.693. So that is essentially the magic number for this car. Other quick MR2s, the MRS set a time of a 30.748, which actually, considering the The power deficit that car has to the MR2 GTS is pretty remarkable. So we'll see if this MR2 can beat that one. I will say, straight away, this handles 514 horsepower very well. However, I think the reason it handles 514 horsepower very well is because, to be completely honest, this does not drive like it has 514 horsepower. It feels quite sluggish, actually, to be honest. Because it's not necessarily spinning all its power away or anything. It's just not very quick in a straight line once you bean it. 30.798. Obviously, slight miscommunication between my thumbs on the back straight there didn't help, but still, yeah, it just doesn't actually feel all that fast. Then again, it's not because it's spinning its power away or anything like that. It's just not quick. I don't remember if the 96 drove like this. It's really bizarre. We're not hitting any of the normal mid-engine rear-wheel drive issues, really. I mean, there's understeer on the front end, no doubt about that, but it's not like massively notable understeer. It's just not very quick. That wasn't a fantastic middle section, it does have to be said. Is it just me? I mean, we got the 30.479 out of it, so definitely got a quick enough lap time out of it, which is good, but yeah, it's just a little bit... Oh god, we got taken by the grass there. Yeah, I don't really like that, to be honest. It doesn't... I mean, in terms of sort of speed through speed traps and stuff, it isn't terrible. It just doesn't feel fast. I don't know what's going on with that. That's a little bit weird, all in all. I definitely think there's some times where I could have done a little bit better in terms of getting stopped for corners, and yeah, we are going to find out. Sector 3, 7.6. I mean, considering like the rest of the time I did that sector, obviously, I'm not quite sure I believe there's that much time in it, but yeah, just not super quick. It does have to be said, it's just not amazing to drive. Yeah, a little bit of a shame, really. It does have to be said, but that's how it's gone. Like, it just doesn't feel fast, or... Then again, that's weird to say, because it actually didn't set that bad of a lap time in the grand scheme of things. It's still in the sort of upper echelons of our leaderboard, but... and it is 0.2 quicker than the car in which it replaces, but... yeah, I don't know on that one. Bizarre. A 30.479 is going to place this into 302nd place. Goes in between the Mitsubishi FTO GPX and the Mitsubishi Legnum VR4 Type S. So it hasn't done too bad there. Quicker than the Mugen Integra Type R, Vauxhall Vectra, Mercedes-Benz E55 AMG. Quicker than a Supra, so that ends that debate. Quicker than the Acura NSX 97 as well. It's just a bizarre one. TRD 2000 GT's quicker. I think the TRD 2000 GT did actually feel a little bit sort of quicker in terms of that car actually felt like it had the power in which this one did. Admittedly, this one could be quicker than that because it's only about, what, 700ths up the road there, but yeah. A slightly strange one to end off Toyota, as it turns out. A slightly bizarre car there. The 1998 Nissan Primera 2-litre TEV. And this is the final Primera to take on the course and the final car with a BTCC inspired livery. And I suppose in a way we've left the most successful to last. You see, while this is based on the 1998 BTCC Primera, in 1999, the next year when this game came out, this car was wrapping up both championships in the British Touring Car Championship, with a car that turned out to be very slightly illegal, and no one noticed until a couple of months after the season had ended. But no, this car was the champion, which is weird to think, really, considering I don't think Nissan was ever anyone's favourite team in the BTCC. It did have one of the most iconic liveries. This is a great livery. I love the Vodafone Primera with the sort of racing helmet and the little streaks coming off it. Very iconic design. Strangely, one that never really got mimicked anywhere else, at least from what I know, so a little bit of a shame there, but no. Very cool livery. This one's actually quite accurate as well, because I think it's even got the same wheels from the touring car as well, which is very, very cool. Now, as mentioned, 5 Primeras. We have technically seen this car before. We've had the Primera GT, which is, for those of you who don't know, there are 2 versions of the Nissan Primera in the game. The GT is used for PAL regions, and this TEV is used for the Japanese region, and technically the North American region, even though it gets renamed to an Infiniti G20. It is the same car. They didn't even bother changing the Nissan logos on it. So this is the car, essentially, that is used for most of the rest of the world, and then there's the GT. Weirdly, the GT has less power than this. I don't know if that's a GT2 Plus change, or if generally in the PAL regions the Primera just makes less power. I'm not too sure. Either way, this is the most powerful of the Primeras. They've been fairly average when it comes to this course, which, considering it's a Primera, isn't too much of a surprise, so we'll see what this one can do on its final go around. Front engine, front wheel drive, 333 horsepower, 1,102 kilograms. Pretty average stats. To be fair, as far as front wheel drive cars go, it is a little bit on the more powerful end of it. And the good news with the Primeras are they have 6-speed gearboxes, which is a very good. Anyways, to find out how quick the Nissan Primera is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Primera is not likely to beat that. In terms of where the Primera is going to go, the quickest Primera was the 1990 car. That set a time of a 30.800. It should be noted, though, that we had the wagon version of this car go around a little while ago. Same race mod, same everything. Very cool looking thing, actually. Same gearbox as well, crucially, over the Accord wagons. And that set a time of a 30.845. Now, realistically, I'm going to reckon the wagon is probably about 0.2 of a second slower than the sedan, just sort of plucking figures from my head. I'm not quite sure of the weight differential, but that would sort of make sense to me, so I'm sort of expecting a 30.6 from this. I think would be good. It's not massively lighting up the timing sheets. I don't think it's nearly as good as that Accord Type R we had out a couple of episodes ago. To the line, 30.541 on its first flyer. Yeah, I mean, that seems fairly reasonable to me. Pretty good lap, actually, from this car. It's a nice driving bit of kit, really, to be fair. The Primera, I think, out of all of the BTCC-inspired cars we've had go around, there are quicker ones, of course. But I think out of all of them, the Primera is probably the nicest of all of them to drive. You get that 6-speed gearbox, which is fabulous. You know, good amounts of grip. The power's fairly decent on these. Out of all of them, probably the best ones. You know, certain ones are quicker. The Vectra, the V6 Vectra, I think that is very slightly quicker than this. But that V6 Vectra also comes with its own issues. It doesn't handle quite as nicely as this does. It's just that pure V6 grunt that pushes it on. Likewise, stuff like the Laguna, that makes substantially more power than this, but it is more sort of front-end limited. And as much as it pains me to admit it, for the most part, the Accords just aren't quite as slick as the Primeras in terms of engines and gearboxes and all the rest of it. So I do think out of all of them, the Primera is probably the easiest of all of them. Obviously not the one I'd pick, of course. I'm an Accord fanboy, so I am going to probably stress more to go on the side of the Accord. And yeah, some of the other ones as well. Vectra, again, a little bit quicker. 406 is a pretty good car as well in general, a little bit down on power to this. They're all fairly equal, which is quite good, to be fair, so it means you can have a decent enough battle between these vehicles. Apparently Sector 1 on lap 5. I might have massively outbraked myself. In fact, I'm almost certain that's what I did in that. But yeah, despite all the sectors not lining up, there's a sort of anomalies in there. I look for the consistency in the sectors, and I'd say that probably is about right for this car. 30.541. Could you have pushed it towards the Vectra? I'd like to believe. Obviously, if this toppled the Vectra, I would not be disappointed. But as far as sort of a front-wheel drive saloon car goes around here, that is pretty decent, actually. So yeah, the Primera should be proud. A 30.541 will place this into 318th place. Goes in between the Lancia Stratos and the Toyota Corolla 11BZR. It is quicker than a Subaru Alcione SVX, the Mazda Roadster 1.8 RS, quicker than an Alfa Romeo Spider, quicker than a Celica mechanical sports version, quicker than the E36 Jaguar XJR. It is 0.15 up on the Renault Laguna, about the same for the Peugeot 406 sedan, about 0.2 and a bit up on the 1990s Primera. So yeah, again, as far as I'm sort of saying on these BTCC cars, pretty good. Misses out on the Vectra by, you know, 500th of a second, which isn't a lot. Of course, not really a match for likes of the Audi A4 and the four-wheel drive vehicles of such, but it isn't going to be. That's how this series goes. But no, decent showing for this car. The 1998 Honda Prelude SIRS Spec. It has the most S's in its name, so that should mean it is the quickest of all of the Preludes, and it is our final Prelude to take on the course. Unfortunately, it is one of the uglier Preludes to take on the course. Honda seems to have this issue where they either have the best racing mods in the game or the worst, and this ain't too far from that bottom heap. I really don't like this. I'm assuming it's based on a real car, but I don't know why you'd put stripes down it at a weird angle. I don't like the gold Advan sort of logos here and there. Even the wing design isn't particularly good on this. I think this is the race mod shared between this and the 98 Prelude SIR, which we didn't run in racing modification. And thank goodness for that, because the 98 Prelude SIR had only a 4-speed gearbox as opposed to most of the other Preludes seem to have a 5-speed. I'm hoping this has the 5-speed, although I'm not sure. If it doesn't, we're probably in for a world of pain. If it does, then this could become the quickest Prelude we've had. Currently, that honour belongs to the 96 Prelude SIR, so hopefully this one can beat that. It is the most powerful of all of the Preludes. I think most of them sort of stumble around the 330 horsepower mark, whereas this one has 347, and they all weigh fairly similar to each other. Front engine, front wheel drive, 347 horsepower, 1084 kilograms. Hopefully that wing on the back, despite looking hideous, gives it some downforce, and yeah, time to check that gearbox straight away. We have a 5-speed. Okay, we should be on for a semi-decent time. The Honda Prelude SIRS Spec is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version that cars at a time of a 25.696. The Prelude SIRS Spec is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, well, the Prelude SIR 96, which I previously mentioned, set a time of a 30.455, which is pretty much exactly where the 96 Accord went. So, and while most people do think Preludes are record based, they are not actually. I think Preludes are distinct chassis, which is a bit weird, but then again the 90s was a bit weird in general. A little bit understeery. I was really hoping to sort of clip that corner nicely there. It has become the quickest Prelude off the back of that though, so I suppose as much as that final section definitely could be improved, it's pretty good. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, a little bit sort of understeery, which I suppose is reasonably understandable. I'm not going to say this is a Gran Tourer, but I suppose that's probably how Honda would have pitched it, as opposed to the sort of sportier Integras, the Type Rs and stuff like that. There was never a Prelude Type R. There was a... oh god, what was it? The Motegi edition? I think that was sort of a... might have even been like a UK only thing, that, but they did do like circuit special editions, and these did have four-wheel steering on them, so yeah, maybe there's some sort of sporty pretensions here. 29.923, we are in the under 30 club. I am actually quite shocked by that, to be honest. What was it? We had that Accord Type R not long ago. That didn't get into the under 30 club, even though it probably should have done, and this has just gotten in, and I'm not really sure how. It's a good enough car. It's fine. I just wouldn't maybe put it on that level, but who knows? I mean, I'm quite happy for the final Prelude to be an under 30 competitor. That seems a-okay with me, but yeah, interesting. Got quite a good turning on that lap, to be fair. Mind you, he says that. I'm coming back at him now. Coming back at my own Ghost. This is why I leave Ghost on, by the way, because it's a really good sort of reference point for me. Sort of what I did well on a lap, what I didn't do well on a lap, and where you can make time up. So it is quite useful for me. I know I'm literally justifying that sort of as we're about to end the show, but yeah, just in case anyone was curious, because I've seen people mention about the Ghost before. I will say 125.28 kilometers an hour, so this isn't especially quick, to be fair, but can't argue with the time, and it certainly set a pretty good time, all things considered. Yeah, one of the more unlikely under 30 front-wheel drive cars, but I'll absolutely take that. A 29.923 will place this into 212th place. Goes in between the Tommy Kaira ZZ2 and the Dodge Viper GTS. It is quicker than the quickest NSX. That wasn't a racing car. Interesting. Quicker than a Stager, Savannah RX-7 GTX. Quicker than the Camaro Z28 30th anniversary. Quicker than Celica GT4 ST185. Yeah, sort of slightly up on that Accord Type R we had not long ago. Good car. Very good car. It's not that far off the Alfa Romeo GTV2. It's a twin spark and the Golf Rally car, to be fair. You know, if this was a smidgen quicker, it would have actually beaten quite a few sort of front-wheel drive coupes that have done quite well here. It is worth mentioning, it's still very slightly off the pace of a Honda Integra Type R. So, and it can't match the Peugeot 206, but to be fair, the Peugeot 206 has like 388 horsepower, so yeah, quite a wild car, that one. So, but no, good time from a good car, and a good way to end off the Preludes. The 1998 Toyota Corolla rally car. This is the final rally car to take on the course, and if memory serves me correctly, the 1997 Corolla rally car was the first rally car we had, whilst the 98 is going to be the last. So there you go, a little bit of symmetry there between the two. The Corolla rally car is perhaps one of the best WRC machines that you completely forgot about. This 1998 car won 3 rallies in 1998, including the Monte Carlo rally. The next year, in 1999, it would only win 1 rally, but that'd be okay because it got 15 podiums, which meant it finished first in the Constructors. In 1998, they finished second. So it really does make you wonder if Toyota hadn't gone to F1, which turned out to be a little bit of a disaster. Could the Toyota domination of WRC happened like 15-20 years before it actually did happen? It is interesting. And again, interesting to think the Corolla could have been one of the great rally cars, but instead it's actually gone to the Yaris, which is still weird for me to say, that a Toyota Yaris is a rallying machine. In terms of looks, I really like this 1998 car. I think it's a big step on from the 97, which, you know, it had the Castrol livery, but it was a little bit plain looking, whereas the 98, thanks to the movie star sponsorship by Carlos Sainz Sr., this car does look a little bit more colourful. It's also based on probably my favourite Corolla, the European hatch of the late 90s, which is a very bizarre looking thing, but I'm a big fan of it, and even the 5-door liftback, which was a really odd looking vehicle, but I'm a big fan of it. I like Corollas in general. We had, sort of as a family car, we had the model after this for like 9 years, and nothing ever went wrong with that thing. It was fantastic, so I'm a big fan of Toyota and the Corolla in general, and yeah, this one is cool. A little bit of a shame that we never got the actual sort of road going equivalent of this vehicle. I guess that's because obviously this Corolla is the European Corolla. The wagons I think were sold in Japan as the Sprinter Caribs, but other than that, the Corollas at this time, there was 3 distinct different flavours of Corolla. You had the European one, which looked like this and was easily the most interesting. Then you had the North American Corolla, which was basically just a sort of bland 4-door saloon. And the Japanese Corolla, which was a bland 4-door saloon, which was completely different because Toyota. In terms of rally cars, this one does have a bit of a weight problem, as we've seen with quite a few of them, so hopefully this one can do okay. 4-wheel drive, 426 horsepower, 1,200 kilograms. In general, all the rally cars seem to weigh that, apart from the Imprezas and the Evos for some reason, which weigh slightly less because, I guess, polyphony bias at the time. Anyways, to find out how the 1998 Toyota Corolla rally car gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Toyota Corolla rally car 98 is unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of rally cars in this game, they seem to come in 3 distinct flavours. You have Evos, which are stonkingly quick machines. You have the sort of mid-tier WRC car after that, which is the likes of the Imprezas and Zara rally car, the 206 rally car. They all seem to sit pretty much very identical lap times, around the 28.9s around this course. And then you have the really sort of mediocre rally cars, which is unfortunately the 1997 version of this car falls into. They set somewhere around sort of 29.4 to about 29.6. That is the 97 Corolla rally car, the Ford Escort rally car, and surprisingly enough, the Lancia Delta S4 rally car is also in that sort of mix down there of cars, which, as it turns out, aren't very good, which is interesting. I suppose the Ford RS200 as well sort of is in Evo category, because that car is monumentally fast, but technically not. It's not the rally car, even though it is the rally car, because Gran Turismo 2 is weird, basically. I suppose sometimes they wanted to have vehicles and then they didn't, and then the names got transferred to other stuff. I think that might be why the XJ220 is known as the XJ220 GT race car in this game, which is a bit of a bizarre name. 28.852 for the Corolla. That is very impressive, actually. It does have to be said. I was not expecting that to come out of this, but again, that sort of means, yeah, that lines up with this being fairly mid-tier WRC machinery, even though obviously in real life it was a little bit more of that. I suppose another thing the Corolla took advantage of at the time, it may have even been the first WRC car to do this, is the shorter wheelbase of this compared to the likes of the Impreza and the Evo, or not wheelbase, sorry, like general shorter size, which obviously you know, Peugeot would go on to master later on with the 206, and then you get the Skoda Fabia. But compared to the likes of the Imprezas, Evos, you know, Seat Cordobas of the time, this is a pretty sort of small vehicle. I think it was 4,100 millimeters you had to be, so yeah, I suppose this would have been sort of right around that size limit. So another interesting sort of footnote into the history books with the Corolla Rally car. Could have been slightly quicker on that final lap, it does have to be said, although I don't think it would have taken that much out of it. Very nice driving car, very easy once you get used to it. The rally cars in this game in general are just very understeery. They feel quite heavy because they all, well, the ones that weigh 1,200 kilos feel pretty heavy because it's a lot of weight, and also the wallowy suspension doesn't help, so they are quite understeery, but they do have immense acceleration, so you can really punch it out of corners. And if you sort of drive around the understeer, which you can do in this game, they can be very quick cars, even on tarmac. But this one has happened to go quite a bit quicker than most of them. A 28.852 will place this into a 90th. Goes in between the Subaru Impreza Coupe WX Type R STI version and the Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo. It is quicker than a Tommy Kaira R Nismo 400R, trying to find something comparable to this. It is about 0.07 quicker than the Impreza Rally Car 97, Ford Focus Rally Car, Peugeot 206 Rally Car, the Citroen Zara Rally Car as well, is right in that mix as well. I mean, in terms of rally cars quicker than this, the 99 Super Impreza Rally Car 28.7, and then after that it is literally the Evos, which set like 28.0s, and I think the, what was the Evo with the yaw control, 27.7. So yeah, I mean, if you want a rally car, obviously that's what you should go for. But a very good effort from the Corolla Rally car, and very cool to have this car be our final rally car, and also to send it off with a pretty good time. The 1999 Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo. This is the final Mitsubishi GTO to go around our course, and what a legacy the GTO is going to leave. Of course, we all know about the LM editions. They ran our leaderboard for a long time back in the day. They currently sit 4th and 6th in our standings, but the road car shouldn't be forgotten either. The quickest GTO that's gone around the course has been the Twin Turbo 97, and that set a time of a 28.230, putting it into 36 out of 625 cars. So here's hoping this one today is very quick. This is the ultimate GTO. This isn't the peasant Twin Turbo MR, which we've also had go around the course. That only had 705 horsepower. This has 730. Does weigh a little bit more than that car, slightly, but I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference when it's on the track, when it has 730 horsepower. We're decked out in the best racing mod in the game, the Puma livery, right up there with the Jack Civic. So yeah, no more beating around the bush. I love this car. You know I love this car. This is my favourite Japanese sports car of all time. You can keep your RX-7s, NSXs, whatever. The GTO/3000 GT, this 1999 final model, well, the final model year was 2000, but the final 2 years of GTO, this is my favourite. So all or nothing, let's do it. 4-wheel drive, 730 horsepower, 1,435 kilos. As mentioned, quite a heavy car, but these usually dance quite well around this course in terms of their handling, so I'm expecting good things here. To find out how quick the Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo is, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It will set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, obviously beating that 97 GTO is part of our target list, 28.23. If it does that, I would love to get this thing into under 28 seconds, but we'll have to see. That is a hard barrier to breach, and I think the only road cars that really breach that are the XJ220, the Imprezas, or one of the Imprezas, the 22B. Yeah, okay, well, we've done it. Sorry for bigging that one up. That has just gone and done it. Oh, the Roof BTR4, the Roof BTR4 3.8 is up there, and the Roof CTR too. So basically, some roofs: the Subaru Impreza 22B and the WRX-R STI version 6 and the Evo 6 GSR are all under 28-second cars, but that really is not a lot of cars up there. That is mighty quick. Hopefully we can get a little bit more out of this. That's a typical sort of... I think this is going to be one of those sort of... We see it quite often where on the first lap I'll just absolutely smash it out of the park, and then trying to push it a little bit more obviously leads to not good. But no, these do handle very well. 1,435 kilos. It is one of the heavier cars that go around this track. I think Skylines are about... Honestly, they're straight into a wall there to prove the point. Skylines are about 120 kilos lighter than this is on average. And that's the big heavy R33. But again, these just... The way they turn into corners is just something else. They just drift perfectly. Exactly where you want to go. A little bit of understeer, naturally, as one would expect, but they definitely can dance their way to success here. That is all out of shape into there. That would have been an absolute hero save to save that one, but no, I don't think it's going to be possible. Like I say, one and done. Could have gone quicker, absolutely, through that final sector, but I will quite happily go ahead and take that for the GTO Twin Turbo. What a car, what a time, what a car. Good stuff. Phenomenal stuff, actually. And like I say, a little bit unfortunate not to go a couple attempts quicker, because it could have really sort of thrown a few spanners into our leaderboard. God, that first lap was so good. If only you started off on the first lap, we could have capitalised on that. But, I mean, there's a little bit of time there. Obviously, on lap 1, you're going to have a cleaner sector 1 just in general, because you're going sort of less speed into one of the corners and you can get the angles right and stuff. So, I'm talking nonsense to try and dig my way out of that. But, yeah, there's definitely 0.1 in there. But... still, I will quite happily take that for the GTO. A 27.976 will place this into a 24th. Goes in between the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6 GSR and the Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX-R STI version 6. It is quicker than a Toyota GT1 race car, the Dodge Viper STP Taizan, the GT1 road car, Evo 5 rally car, Vector M12, Ford GT40 race car. Statement basically on that. In terms of road cars quicker than this, the Roof BTR4 3.8, the Roof CTR2, the 2R390 road cars, the 22B, the Evo 5 RS, and the XJ220, and that's it. So yeah, like I said, I'm a little bit ashamed I couldn't get more out of that. I would have loved to set like a 27.91 in this, just to pip it ahead of the R390. That would have been cool, but no, I think I'm happy with that overall, and yeah, good time for the GTO, and a good way once again to send this car out, because this has been one of the huge outliers on this series just by how quick these can be. The 1997 Mazda Demio A-Spec. This is, I believe, the final tuner car that we have to ever take around our course, and the Demio A-Spec, quite an iconic car in Gran Turismo history. For many people, this will be the first ever prize car they get in Gran Turismo. The Demio A-Spec is given from, I believe, the Sunday Cup in Gran Turismo 1, which is probably the first event that you actually enter. And in this game, it's also unlocked pretty early in the K Cup, so even if you choose really badly at the start of the game your first car, this might be able to pull you out of a rut. There's also another reason why this car is famous in this game, but we'll get to that in a second. I'm a big fan of the Demio, as I've spoken before. The A-Spec is a little bit over the top for what I would like, but what I will say is this race mod is very, very cool indeed, with the blue, the grey and the white, the sort of colour-coded roof spoiler. Very cool. This race mod is also used for the GLX Special Demio, which is available in a couple more colours as well, a green and an orange. So this one I think primarily comes in the red, but I obviously went with the blue because I prefer blue and I associate blue more with Mazda, I believe. In terms of Demios, this should be the best of the bunch. It's about 20 horsepower up, which is weird for tuner cars. Usually, it's the base model that has sort of higher upgrade potential, whereas in this case, it is actually the A-Spec Demio. So, and Demios are quick. 30.932 for the quickest Demio, which isn't a half bad time, really. So, who knows? This might be a little bit of a pocket rocket. We will have to see. Front-engined, front-wheel drive, 274 horsepower, 731 kilograms. Very light as well. That is almost key car territory. So hopefully this will handle the bumps relatively well. To find out how quick the Mazda Demio A-Spec is, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version that car set a time of a 25.696. The Mazda Demio A-Spec is unlikely to beat that. As mentioned, target time 30.932 for the Demio GL, which is the quickest of all of the Demios. Now, can you hear that? It's an engine. To be fair to a Demio, it's an actual engine note as well. Usually these are very strange sounding. They have like a very sort of low-end growl to them almost. Whereas this actually has a little bit more sort of sound to it, which is cool. However, probably not the sound you was hoping for. This car in the base Gran Turismo 2 has a bug where basically the exhaust upgrade takes away the noise of this car, and it makes a very strange sort of high-pitched. It's called the UFO sound. It doesn't really sound like how I'd expect a UFO to sound, but yeah, very high-pitched sort of exhaust note with no real sound emitting from it. That does get fixed with GT2 Plus, so if you're disappointed, and that's where the engine noise has gone. So obviously if you want your car to have no engine noise, don't play GT2 Plus, or better yet, go in the files and just remove the engine sound, and then you can enjoy default sound, I guess. Now, obviously when you're sort of first playing this game and you find out about that, you're like, wow, that's awesome. Obviously now sort of knowing more about the inner workings of Gran Turismo modding and how sound files and all that work, that sound is kind of the bane of most people's existence, because when you hear that, it means you haven't put a sound file to something and you've forgotten it. So yeah, a sound like obviously for very cool sort of novelty, and now when I hear it my heart fills with dread. So yeah, that's an interesting thing on that one. Right, okay. Sure. What? Why? I know I took a pretty sizable corner cut there, but yeah, okay. I mean, I guess we're getting... You now live in a world where a Demio is in the under 30 club. That just happened. What are you going to do? Cry about it? It's even further in the under 30 club now, 29.875 for the Demio A-Spec of all cars. That is terrifying, to be honest. It handles. To be honest with you, the reason I was talking so lucidly throughout that entire thing, this handles perfectly. It literally just flat, straight, true, no issues, no understeer, nothing. It just drives perfectly through these corners. It is mighty. mighty, mighty grippy. And yeah, that happened. Obviously, Sector 3 was quicker because of the way Sector 2 works. Obviously, less speed through there, but still, yeah. A 29.875 will put this into 204th place. It splits the Honda Integra Type R and the Acura Integra Type R. Those are front-wheel drive cars which are considered the very best in the game. Obviously around our track, the Alfa Romeo 156 is quicker, but still. It is quicker than a Nismo Stagia, Skyline GTS4, Alfa Romeo GTV 3-litre V6, the Venturi Atlantique, the Tommy Kyra R, the Mercedes-Benz SLK, GTV, Tommy Kyra ZZ2, Dodge Viper GCS, Honda NSX Type R. It is quicker than all the NSXs. The Demios are net quicker than the NSX. That happened. That happened. 270 horsepower in this. I'm just having a quick look up the leaderboard. I don't think anything with less power than this is higher than this, to my knowledge. That happened. Yeah. I think we'll just end it. The 1999 BMW 328 Ci. This is our final BMW to take a look at, and in theory, it is the quickest of the bunch. It has the 2.8 engine, which means it is the most powerful BMW when fully upgraded, and it has the racing modification. As much as I said, the Primera was the final car to have BTCC race mod. Technically speaking, this one does too. The racing modification on this is inspired by the E36 320i's that ran around in the BTCC in sort of the early to mid 90s. I don't really count it because it's on the wrong generation of 3 Series, and I don't actually think it looks all that much like the car it's supposedly based on, which had thinner sponsorship. But it's still an okay race mod, I guess. Comes in 2 different colours. I prefer the blue. We saw the blue on the 320 Ci, so naturally I'm using the red for the 328 Ci. Quickest BMW around our course at the moment is the 323 Ti Compact, followed by the 528i. Quickest Ci was the 320 Ci, that set of 30.9, and was quite an okay vehicle. The 323 Ci was awful from what I remember, so it'll be interesting to see how this one gets along. Front engine rear wheel drive, 480 horsepower, 1,250 kilograms. Not a fan of the tiny wing on the back, but each to their own, I guess. To find out how quick the BMW 328 Ci is going to be, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696, in which the 328 Ci is not beating that. In terms of where this is going to go, I did mention the 323 Ti Compact, that's at a time of 30.343. The 528i set a time of a 30.351. Again, that is the same engine that's in this car, same upgrades, everything. The only difference is the 5 Series, of course, is a heavier car, so we'll see if that makes a difference to the 328 Ci or not. Very interesting car, this. It's actually the longest serving BMW in Gran Turismo, and no one probably even really remembers it for much. 30.396 on that first flyer, which was reasonable. Yeah, this car obviously first showed up in Gran Turismo 2, along with the 5, the 7, the 8, all the rest of them. For Gran Turismo 2, BMW got pared down to 1 car, and it was this, weirdly enough. There was a bit of weirdness with sort of licensing M cars in the early 2000s. Even Forza Motorsport had to sort of do, okay, under 30, nice. Even Forza Motorsport had to sort of register BMW under, I think it was BMW Motorsport was the name of the brand they used, and they put the McLaren F1 GTR, the V12 LMR and all that type of stuff under that one brand as well, which was interesting. So yeah, and then obviously this sort of was in GT until GT6, which again, very bizarre to say, but that's what it is. And yeah, longest serving BMW. I think the E46 might be getting up there now, the M3, because obviously that first featured in GT4 and it's still in GT to this day. I can't remember if it was in Sport. I didn't play enough of Sport to really care. So yeah, it's a weird one as well, because it's not exactly a particularly memorable BMW this. You know, the 328 Ci, I mean there was a 330 Ci. I think that came along later on. That's quite a renowned car, I think. You had the 330 Ci Club Sport, which is considered a bit of a sort of proto M3. If you can't afford an M3, buy that one. But yeah, I mean, Ci as well, obviously that name closure's gone. Eventually just got called the 3 Series Coupe and then became the 4 Series, which is still around today, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm quite surprised actually we got that under 30 out of it. Not a great car to drive this, it does have to be said. It's a little bit, I don't know, power delivery is a little bit too abrupt on it, I think. For a Stage 3 turbo, it feels very sort of uncontrollable in a sense. So yeah, not great, but we did manage to get the lap time out of it, which is the most important part. And it is the quickest BMW. And finally, on the final go, a BMW has entered the under 30 club. A 29.922 will place this into 215th place. It ties with the Tommy Kyra ZZ2, which is interesting. It is slightly quicker than the Honda Prelude, Dodge Viper GTS, Honda NSX Type R, the RX-7 GTX, and the Camaro Z28 30th anniversary. It is slower than the Alfa Romeo GTV, the SLK compressor, which is down about 70 horsepower on this, to be fair, the Golf Rally car, the Alfa Romeo GTV, both the twin spark and the V6, the Nissan Skyline GTS 4. Yeah, I mean, it's slower than the C43 AMG, and that's obviously quite a bit slower than the C55 AMG. So if you are looking for a 3 Series sort of sized vehicle in this game, that's actually, no, you wouldn't even go for that one. You go for the Audi S4, which is 28.2, 28.3, something like that. So yeah, but either way, a good showing from the 328Ci and a good way to round out the brand. The 1999 Ford Focus Gear 2-litre Z-Tech. This is the final Ford to take on the course, and as a result of that, it is our final car from South City, the final American car that we're going to be taking a look at in this series. And what a way to end it with a European Ford. The first generation Focus is one of my all-time favourite hatchbacks. This car was an absolute revolution when it launched. Controversial styling, if you can believe that at the time. Obviously nowadays we've normalised it and it looks absolutely exquisite today, but you can see why new car buyers were perplexed when this thing first started going down their roads. But this was a huge leap forward in terms of driving dynamics, interior space. It was just the full package, the way the Escort had been in years prior. And in truth, you know, you can keep your Escort Cosworths and your RS200s. My dream Ford garage would have one of these in it, and it would have a last of the Escorts, of course, as well. So the first of the Focuses, last of the Escorts. This one is probably the one I'd have as well. It's the Gear, which means it has a softer suspension, a sort of nicer interior trim, and it's got the big 2-litre Z-Tech engine. I'm not sure how common this engine actually was in the UK. Most of these were sort of 1.4s, 1.6s. If you're really fruity, you had a 1.8. Obviously, later on, they'd come out with like the ST117 and RSs, which had 2 litres, but this sort of normal Focus with a 2 litre, I'm not too sure how common this was. But no, very cool car, and it does come in very cool colours as well. And of course, this is the one I had to go for. The game calls it Blue. I think it's called Pacific Blue, actually. And specifically, it is actually purple. So yeah, cool colour, cool car. Love everything about it. let's see how it drives. In terms of front engine, front wheel drive car, this has an awful lot of power. So this could either be absolutely disastrous or very quick. I guess we'll find out. Front engine, front wheel drive, 394 horsepower, 1,067 kilograms. Yeah, those are quite big power statistics, especially considering there's two focuses in this game. There is this one and the 1.8 Z-Tech, and the 1.8 Z-Tech, I think the max power on that is only about 270 horsepower. So as much as this one does cost, I think about 2,000 more at the dealership, this is absolutely the one you should go for. Anyways, to find out how the Ford Focus 2-litre gear gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track nods to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Scuderia Pikes Peak version that car set a time of 25.696. The 1.8 litre Focus, when it came around here, set a time of a 30.949. So I guess that's the target for this, and then we'll go from there. Obviously, being 394 horsepower, this should be quicker than that. If it is, I'm not really too sure. I would love for the Focus to be an under 30 car, but I'm not entirely sure whether it will be or not. Handling is tricky, I would describe it as, in this. I actually had a sort of thought the other day when I think I was editing something for this series. The whole oversteer in front wheel drive cars, which we see quite often, specifically with, you know, stuff like this, as you can see, the Integras, the Civics, stuff like that. I wonder if that's sort of something Polyphony's done intentionally to try and, obviously, you know, Focuses, Civics, Integras, all renowned for their handling. I do wonder if that was something Polyphony's done to try and essentially dial understeer out of these cars, so they don't understeer, but obviously when you put them on like racing soft tyres and fully upgrade them, the consequence of that is massive oversteer. I'm not entirely sure as to how sort of founded that is, but that's sort of my best guess as to why these cars can be very tricky to chuck around. We did get our under 30 time, which is remarkable. That means this 2-litre Focus is a second quicker than the standard Z-Tech, which is lighter as well, because it's a 3-door instead of a 5-door, which is the way I'd have my Focus as well, because 5-door hatchbacks are better. Hence why they won. Yeah. No one makes... Does anyone make a 3-door sort of hatchback and then have a 5-door body shell as well at this point? I can't think of any. Almost every sort of even Super Mini has moved to this design. Did take a little bit of a wide line through there. I do wonder if there could be a little bit more time on the table for this, but the handling, it is a little bit wayward. But regardless, we did get our under 30, which is what I wanted out of this. Good car, good time. Yeah, I mean, you can't argue with results, and this car has definitely laid down some pretty darn tasty results. I think the only sort of regret I have for this is it can't beat the Mark IV Golf rally car. So, but other than that, pretty good in terms of time. Yeah, mind you, Sector 2 wasn't bad on that sort of lap 4, so maybe I'm being a bit harsh on myself. Maybe the wider line was a little bit better in terms of getting it round there, but still, we will definitely take that. A 29.935 will place this into 218th place, goes in between the Dodge Viper GTS and the Subaru Impreza WRX wagon. It is quicker than the quickest NSX, quicker than an RX-7 GTX. It is, interestingly enough, quicker than the Citroen Xantia V6 exclusive, and it is about 0.1 quicker than the quickest Mark IV Golf 1.8 turbo, which has about the same power as this, without race mod. The race modded car, which is the rally car, is a little bit quicker than this, but the base car without the race mod is slower than this. So I think that means in terms of sort of mainstream hatch superiority, this one is winning that. Obviously the V6 Golf's much quicker, but if there was a four-wheel drive Focus, it'd be quicker. In fact, there is a four-wheel drive Focus, it's the rally car, and guess what, it's quicker. Yeah, good time, good car. I'm very happy with that. I really wish it could have been a little fraction quicker, maybe getting to the 29.8s, but you win some, you lose some. And to be fair, this car isn't really a loser. It's won fairly reasonably, you know. It's like a UFC match, you know. You want to kill your opponent, not just injure them slightly. The 1987 Roof CTR Yellow Bird. This is the final roof to take along the course, which means it is the final German car, which means it's the final car from North City. 2 cities in 2 episodes getting wiped out because we're on the final stretch to ending this series. This is a CTR Yellowbird, is a car that doesn't really need all that much in the way of introduction. At one point it was the quickest production car in the world. And yeah, just an absolutely legendary thing. I think the only real issue with it in the case of GT2 is there's no good yellow for it. All the roofs seem to use the same sort of 10-11 colours, and so as a result the yellow on this car does look a little bit washed out as opposed to that bright yellow that you often associate with the Yellowbird, but nevertheless, hopefully the performance of this will make up for it. All but one of the roofs is in the under 30 club, and all the rear wheel drive ones are in there, so this one should be a decent way to end out roof. Rear engine, rear drive, 607 horsepower, 1,104 kilograms. I believe this may also be, well, I know it's the final rear engine, rear drive car. Not really saying much because there's only these and the Subaru 360 for rear engine, rear drive cars in this game, I think. Could be wrong, there could be another one in there, but I can't quite think of it off the top of my head. Anyways, to find out how the Roof CTR Yellowbird gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version that car set a time of 25.696. The Roof CTR Yellowbird is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the quickest rear engine rear drive roof was the BR2, which set a time of a 29.186, so that's the sort of target for this one to beat. There's also the BTR Type 2, which set a time of 29.280. This has just gone quicker than that, as it should do, to be fair, because this one is about 70 horsepower up and 1 kilo heavier, so it should be fine to beat that. I do have to admit, when I was first sort of starting this series up again, these were cars that I were a little bit worried about driving. I thought these were going to be an absolute handful. As it turns out, they're actually quite a bit better than you'd expect in many ways. There are still issues with these, so it being rear engine rear drive means that you get absolutely fantastic traction out of the corners for the most part. It almost is four-wheel drive-like in the way these things launch. Really, really nice to have that. However, having all the weight over the rear axle is good for launching, but as you can probably tell, not so good for getting round the actual corners. It's great at getting out of corners, not so great at getting into them. It is understeer city from the front end of these things. Which isn't too surprising. I guess if I had to describe it, it's like some weird sort of mesh up between like a mid-engine rear drive car and a four-wheel drive vehicle. Like I say, interesting handling characteristics definitely leads to. That is definitely a good way to send out roofs. 28.916 from the older Yellowbird. Yeah. They are good handling vehicles. Well, they're good at once you're used to them. Of course, the way around the slight issues with the front end is to just use the four-wheel drive ones. And in truth, for however good these rear engine, rear drive roofs may be, and they are good, they're never going to be quite as good as the four-wheel drive ones. And to be honest with you, that would be my recommendation, is just buy the four-wheel drive ones. The sort of weight saving you get from having the rear engine, rear drive isn't really worth it. You know, the likes of the Roof BTR 4 3.8 is still a second clear of this car, and this was a very quick car, so yeah, unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Could have gone a little bit quicker in that final lap, potentially, but overall, I am very happy with that one. A 28.916 will place this into a 99th, goes in between the Subaru Impreza WRX STI Wagon version 5 and the Toyota Supra Castrol GT500. It is quicker than an Impreza Wagon version 4, Impreza Rally Car 97, TVR Speed 12, the Ford Focus Rally Car, pretty much every rally car, in fact, other than the Corolla and the Evo and the 99 Impreza. Not too far off the Nismo 400R prototype. Obviously a little bit ways off the Nismo 400R, and I think the quickest of the Mines cars are up there as well. But in terms of sort of like pre-tuned from factory cars, definitely one of the quickest. Just a really good vehicle overall. Although again, as I mentioned, you know, four-wheel drive roofs, the CTR or the BTR4 is the second clear, the Roof CTR2 Sport is up there as well, as is the Roof CTR2, just the normal one, 28.3. The Roof BR4, 28.641. So definitely go four-wheel drive, but if you have to go rear engine, rear drive, this definitely seems to be the Roof to pick, unsurprisingly. The 1998 Honda Civic Type R. This is the final Civic to go around our course, and of course we have left the best till last, and the 98 Type R. Interestingly enough, we had the 97 Civic Type R go around a long time ago. That ran on natural aspiration tuning, and it is currently the second slowest EK Civic we've had, completely being overshadowed by the turbocharged SIRs. So the Type R is now back with a turbo kit. Can this improve on that, and can this become the quickest of the EKs? I hope so, although I think it might be unlikely. Currently the quickest is the Mugen Civic Type R. That sits with a 29.781, I believe. Obviously one of my favourite cars of all time, the EK9 Civic Type R, my favourite hot hatch of all time for certain. I love this thing, I love everything about it, the way it looks, the way the engine performs, just all of it is perfect. Absolute perfection for me. Unfortunately, in terms of race mod, that is not perfection, that is lazy. This is just a yellow car with some grey bits, and it says Civic Type R on the side. A little bit of a disappointment that we have to run it at all. I will say, slight shout out to the Type R badge on this side of it, that at least goes over the wheel arch, so that's cool, but yeah, mind you, I suppose it wouldn't be a Honda without it either having one of the best race mods or one of the worst. Anyways, let's go ahead and get it on track. Front engine, front wheel drive, 341 horsepower, 937 kilos. Very lightweight vehicle. A little bit worried about the sort of wayward handling these can have on this. And it does sound not great, as to be fair, probably the only issue I really have with the EK9 IRL is also the fact that Hondas, yeah, they don't particularly sound great ever. Anyways, to find out how quick the Civic Type R 98 is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order, so the best time it possibly can. Currently there is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version that cost at a time of 25.696. This one is unlikely to beat that. The naturally aspirated Type R, I believe, set a time of a 30.759. That was down around about 90 horsepower to this one, so definitely a case of turbo tuning being the way, as it very often is. Actually, I can't really think of too many cars at all where I would recommend the NA tuning over the turbo tuning. A 30.211 straight away brings it directly on par with the Civic SIRs that we've seen go around. I think they're all sort of 30.2 place. No SIR has got into the under 30. The only under 30 Civic is the Mugen Civic Type R, so definitely one to note. Looks like this may be going that way as well. 29.900 is an under 30 club Civic, which is good. What more can come out of it though? That is the question. On this lap, probably not a lot because we ruined that. It actually handles quite nicely. I'm actually quite impressed with how much the rear end will sort of grip around on this. It is very good in that regard. At 30.001, that would have been a tragic time to set. Fortunately, I don't think we've had any car set that time. We've had, I think the closest is the Xantia, which was a 30.010. Nothing's come that heartbreakingly close to entering the under 30 club and not do it. Yeah, really good handling car. I will say, it does feel... Wow, okay. Okay. Yeah, not gonna quite have the... I was hoping this would quite have the traction to do that, but it did what it was supposed to do. 29.665. That's not the quickest front-wheel drive car we've had. I think it might be the second quickest. The Alfa Romeo 156, still leading the roost on that, but incredible time from the Type R Civic, a world away from my NA Civic Type R we had as well. Monstrous is the expression I would use to describe the lap time on that one. Within 0.090 of the quickest front-wheel drive car we've had, and that had significantly more power than this did. Sector 2 on that lap was apparently so much quicker than any other Sector 2 I did, so I don't quite believe that. Yeah, I mean, if I had pulled that off, I would have been mighty impressed, but I'm not going to look too far into that, just with sort of how that was my slowest Sector 1, and it was my quickest Sector 2, which leads me to believe, I can't remember it, but I must have taken a really wide line out of the Sector 1 and into the Sector 2 for that, so we won't look too far into that. Anyways, a 29.665 will place this into 178th place. Goes in between the Roof BTR2 and the Lancia Delta S4 rally car. It is quicker than a Calsonic Skyline, admittedly one that ran ages ago. Quicker than the TRD Chaser, Nissan Skyline GTR, Viper GTSR, the Type R RX-7, Nissan Sunny GTI-R. It is 0.13 up on the Mugen Civic Type R, which was the second quickest front-wheel drive car. So now Civics are second and third, of course, again losing out to the Alfa Romeo 156. I'm talking about road cars, by the way. Obviously, race cars, there's the Celica Wed Sports and the FTO and stuff like that. But obviously, sort of talking about road cars, and that is absolutely remarkable. And I'm very happy to see that. It's also worth mentioning, this is 0.2 quicker than an Integra. So while I did think the Integras were going to have the boost over these, the Integras are lighter and more powerful. The Civic's just better handling, and so as a result of that, it wins. No questions need to be asked further than that. The 1989 Nissan Skyline GTR. This is the last R32 for us to take a look at, and it is of course wearing the iconic Calsonic Nissan Skyline livery, which is available for all of the sort of pre-1993 R32s, GTRs that is. So if you want this livery, that's how you get it. One of my slight regrets with this series, to be honest with you, is the R32 Skylines. I was very terrified of the fact that these were going to build up, because there is, I believe at last count, about 40 Skylines in the game. And so I really thought these R32s were going to build up massively. And so I essentially did quite a lot of them very early on in the series. And so as a result of that, we haven't really got a full-on representative lap time, in my opinion, for what the R32 can really do. So on its final outing, we can get that. If I was to ever go through and redo some laps with the cars in this series, which I'm not planning on doing anytime soon, just for the record, R32s would definitely be sort of up there, some sort of, you know, like the Nismos and the V-Spec. Just sort of give that another little go around and see how that would perform. But either way, we do get to give this car a little bit of redemption today. Skylines in general are okay on this track. They're definitely quick, no doubt about it. They do suffer a little bit with sort of very long ratio gearboxes and a little bit of rear drive bias, which means they aren't quite as nice to drive as the likes of the Evos and the Mitsubishi GTOs and stuff like that. But, you know, we'll see how this one gets along. Four-wheel drive, 646 horsepower, 1,221 kilograms. In case you are curious as to why this specific GTR was left to last outside of the iconic livery, it's also because the 89 Skyline GTR is technically the lightest of the bunch. The V-Specs are about 20 kilos heavier than the standard GTRs. To find out how the 89 Skyline GTR gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version that car set a time of a 25.696, and despite Kaz's best intentions, a Skyline will not be beating that. In terms of where this is going to go, the quickest R32 we've had is the standard V-Spec, the 93 V-Spec. That set a time of a 29.25, I believe, and it looks like on this car's first run, provided I don't milk the lap. Yeah, we are going to beat that on sort of the second go around. We almost beat it on the first flyer from this, so it's just a case of finding out how quick the R32s really are. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I could have really sort of done with leaving. I want to say that 93 V-Spec, the quickest one we had, was done a little bit after the rest of them. They all sort of seem to congregate around 29.6 at the time, 28.957. So we are under 29 seconds, which is quite an achievement for this car. To be fair, the R32s as well are pretty good to drive. The R34s I always find are the ones that are a little bit trickier to drive. They are in theory the quickest, they are the most powerful, definitely the most sort of ceiling in terms of the potential of them, but the R32s I think are sort of the most balanced, I guess. The R34's in theory the quickest. The R32, again, it's just trying to achieve the lap time out of the 34 as well, because the handling is a bigger issue. The 32s are sort of a nice middle ground, and the R33s are generally very, very nice to drive, but the sort of ceiling of potential is lower because they are the heaviest of the Skyline bunch. So that's sort of how those work out. Obviously, in this sort of final test going around here, we will be able to tell you once and for all whether that is the case or not. But this one has definitely driven nice, and that's why it can achieve a very nice lap time. 28.571. So, in the year and a bit since this series begun, I've apparently gotten about a second quicker with the R32s, which, yeah, it's good to know. I'm definitely not going to complain if that's how much I have improved over the last year or so. But, yeah, it's always a discrepancy, obviously. You know, you can constantly keep redoing cars. At the end of the day, you know, you're always going to get quicker and quicker. That's kind of how it goes. And there's no real way to avoid that. So, yeah. Either way, quite consistent, apparently. Obviously, you know, Sector 2 on lap 3 was a little bit quicker, but by 6,000th of a second, and Sector 3 was quicker on the first lap by literally 1,000th of a second. So, yeah, I'll take that level of consistency. I think that's pretty reasonable. A 28.571 We'll place this into 61st place, goes in between the Subaru Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 5 and the Nissan Skyline Arta Zexel GT500 car. I believe that's the most up-to-date GT500 Skyline that we've had go around the course. So, quicker than GT500 cars, not surprising because they are rear-wheel drive in the GT2 Plus mod. Quicker than a Jaguar XJR15, Vauxhall Calibra Super Touring car, the Impreza WRX Wagon version 6, TVR Cerbera. Quicker than the Mainz R34 Skyline GTR, so I think this is the quickest of all the Skylines now. I would have to search that to know that to be true. And I'm not 100% sure it is as I say it, but I think that might be the case. The 1995 Nissan Skyline GTR. This is the final R33 to take on the course, and unlike the R32 from last time, we do have a little bit more R33 recent representation because I hadn't actually done all of the R33s in sort of the first 100 episodes as I had done with the R32s. The most recent R33 to go around was the VSpec 95 that set a time of a 28.653. Of course, yesterday's R32 was quicker than that, so can this car beat that one? That is the question. Unlike the R32, this does not have such an iconic livery, not the Calisonic livery. Instead, this has, I believe this livery was raced, well, it's inspired by a livery that raced in Super Taikyu. I wouldn't think dark green and red would work, but I think on this it actually turned out alright. So we will give them some props for that one. Four-wheel drive, 685 horsepower, 1,306 kilos. That does mean we've got about 39 horsepower on the R32 of yesterday, but obviously R33s do weigh a little bit more. So what will come out on top? Let's find out. To find out how quick the 95 Skyline GTR is, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The GTR R33 is unlikely to beat that. Now, I should also mention, technically speaking, the R33 holds the record for the quickest Skyline around here, including the tuner cars, because the Nismo 400R, which is obviously an R33, so that set a time of a 28.4, I believe. So, technically speaking, the R33 has already done half the battle, so that's good for it, obviously. Now we've just got to do it for the actual road car, 28.799 on its first flyer. Certainly not a bad time. R33s in general, for me, seem to drive a little bit sort of more consistent than the R32s usually do. R33's biggest sort of issues and places where it loses out to the other Skylines is the weight and the longer gearboxes, but in general around this track, the R33s seem to come out on top, whether it be four-wheel drive Skylines or rear-wheel drive Skylines. The R33 seems to be the one to pick, so it's an interesting move. Obviously, you'd expect the R33s to be quicker, or R34s, sorry, but R34s have a bit of an issue where it's not really an issue, it is intentional. But a lot more of the power seems to go to the rear wheels than it does on these Skylines. Admittedly, R32s, R33s still rear drive bias, no question about that, but they have less than the R34 does. So it does mean in general I find R33 to be a little bit more drivable. I think it's because the power delivery as well in the R33 might also be slightly less savage than it is in the other Skylines. Final lap for the R33. But no, these are fairly easy cars to drive around here, it does have to be said. Very easy to get used to. Good amount of grip, good chassis. 28.475. There we go. I had to hold my breath a little bit on that final lap. Oh man, had to work for that, but no, we'll take it. That does mean, yeah, it is almost exactly 0.1 up on the R32, which seems to be fairly consistent with what we've seen in general with this series. Now, there are R33 gaps that are closer. I think in terms of the rear-wheel drive cars and the Mines cars, it's within about 200th of a second. But in terms of this one, no, I mean, to be fair, that was a stonking lap, I do have to say. On the part of myself, I pretty much nailed that. But the R33 is the car that allows you to really nail it. It's, you know, you can trip up on it, definitely. If you try and sort of shoot the power too early, unlike in something like a GTO or an Evo or an Impreza, it will try and chuck you out because of that rear drive bias. But it is pushable, definitely, 100%. And yeah, we'll take that. A 28.475 will place this into a 58th. If it was 5,000th of a second quicker, it would have been up 2 places. So this side of the leaderboard a little bit more crowded than most. There's a bit of a gap between it and the next place car, the Mazda RX-7 A-Spec LM Edition. Quicker than the NSX Takata GT500, WRX Impreza Sedan version 5. Quicker than the R32 and quicker than the fastest JGTC 500 Skyline. In terms of things quicker than it, not much. It's fractionally slower than the Nismo 400R. The 400R definitely has better handling than this. The 400R, if I recall, struggled a little bit more with its gearbox than this one. This seems to have a little bit more sort of get up and go to the power delivery of it, but I would definitely choose the 400R over this, no question. The 1999 Nissan Skyline GTR R34. This is the final Nissan Skyline GTR road car to take on our course. It's been a long time coming. There's a lot of these in this game, although not a lot of R34s, which is interesting. There's only 3 of them. There's this one, the V-Spec, and the 2-wheel drive 25 GT Turbo. Each of them have unique race mods and then the endless livery as an option. This one is my favourite of the bunch. This is a Super Taikyu inspired livery once again, but I quite like the sort of burnt, sort of red orangey colour to it. It is very nice. Now, to give you an idea of how sort of ultimate GTR this is, this car has 100 horsepower more than the R33 from yesterday. And while that sounds great and amazing, like this car is going to get under 28 seconds, R34s are not good to drive. As you're going to see in a second, these cars are quite the challenge, so I'm not particularly looking forward to this, but the car's an icon, and it's the final ever Skyline GTR that I'm going to have to drive around this course, so I guess there's some solace in that. 4-wheel drive, 785 horsepower, 1,315 kilograms. Of course, we're talking stage 4 turbos here, as we're on all the Skylines, but again, this makes 100 horsepower more than the rest of them did, dear God. So, to find out how the R34 Skyline GTR gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Currently, it is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version that costs at the time of a 25.696. The R34 GTR is unlikely to beat that, despite actually being only about, well, under 200 horsepower less than that car was, which gives you an idea of how insane this is. Quickest R34 around this track was unsurprisingly the V-Spec, which went round a long time ago, but that was actually the quickest Skyline GTR for quite a while. That set a time of a 28.996. So, actual target for this car is the R33's time from yesterday. That was a 28.475. But again, I'm not 100% expecting this to beat that, to be honest, because, yeah, not all that controllable, as it's already shown a few times during this. See that? That happens a lot in this car. I don't know what the rear drive bias is on an R34, but if I had to guess, it is probably in the region of like a 20-80 split. To be honest, it doesn't really feel like a four-wheel drive car to me. It feels more like a RX-7. In fact, that's a disservice to the RX-7 because the RX-7 put its power down a bit nicer than this one does. Yeah, it's quite something to drive. And by quite something, I mean quite awful. Not my cup of tea. Because I don't like oversteer. Because it just loses time. It looks cool. Loses time. Yeah. Now, there are some upshots to it. For one, of course, it does mean that your R34 is a lot less understeery than the likes of the GTOs and other such sports cars, four-wheel drive stuff, the Imprezas, Evos and stuff like that. You don't have understeer, but you've got acres of oversteer, which, to be honest with you, okay, we are quicker. Which, to be honest with you, for me, is less suited to my driving style. I'm not too surprised that's gone quicker. I did have a suspicion if it could gather it up, it would be. And so it did, and so it was. That was hard work. That's very hard work. Wow, okay. I never want to drive this thing again. Honestly, it really is just a high-powered rear-drive car with none of the benefits of a high-powered rear-drive car, like giant tyres on the back. But, nevertheless, it has managed to beat the R33. I am actually quite shocked at that. I was sort of ready to settle for like a 28.5. You know, maybe quicker than the R32, but definitely not as quick as the R33, because I do think the R33 drives better, but that was a lap. That was the lap of my life, to be perfectly honest. I didn't actually realise it at the time, but wow. Yeah. My God, that was not fun, but we did it, and it's on top. It's the quickest Skyline we've ever had, and probably ever will have, to be honest, because unless the last remaining GT500 Skyline can beat this, but I doubt it, given how sort of short ago the Artis Exel ran and where that went, so yeah. Oh my God, I need to lie down after that. A 28.430 will place this in to 53rd place. It beats the Nismo 400R. It is up on power on the 400R. It definitely doesn't handle nearly as nicely as the 400R, but it is quicker than that. It's also quicker than the Evo 5 GSR, the Roof Turbo R, the Impreza WRX Sedan version 6, the Espace F1, and then, of course, all of the other Skyline GTRs. In terms of road cars, it's only slightly slower than the Subaru Legacy B4 RSK, which I'd much rather drive than this. The Audi S4, which was a much nicer car. The Roof CCR2, which was nicer. And then sort of Imprezas and GTOs and stuff, and they're better. It is worth pointing out, this car is about 0.5 down on the quickest Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo. And despite that car having 55 less horsepower than this and weighing almost 200 kilos more, that was still quicker. That's the car you want. But this is the car you'll buy, because of course this car is iconic to Gran Turismo 2, and I do have to admit, when I think of Gran Turismo 2, I do think of a Nissan Skyline GTR R34 at Tahiti Road, which is more a place you should drive it than most Sportsland. Don't ever take it here. The 1998 Fiat Coupe 2-litre 20-valve turbo. This is the final car from West City, which means it is the final import car to be in this series. Everything from here on out is from East City and is Japanese. And if you asked me at the start of this series if the last car from any city other than East City was going to be a Fiat Coupe, I wouldn't have believed you. But here we are. It is the Fiat Coupe, and I'm not too sad about that because I love the Fiat Coupe. It is a fantastic looking thing. Easily the best car Chris Bangle ever designed and ever would design. It's got a Pininfarina interior, which is colour-coded like on a Fiat 500. It is a delightful vehicle. I love these. I honestly considered buying one at one point, and then I found out you had to take the engine out to do the cam belt, and that kind of got put on the back burner. But if I'm ever in a position where I want a second sporty manual car, I would definitely seek out a Fiat Coupe. It's definitely on the list of vehicles that I want, as are quite a few other Fiats, because I'm a big Fiat fanboy. Unfortunately, we have had to ruin the Coupe slightly with the racing modification. Not a big fan of it. It's okay, the eBay looking body kit is not great and the wing is atrocious, but the actual sort of overall colour scheme design's okay enough. It's just some sort of stickers, and at least you get to keep the fantastic yellow colour and mix it with the blue. This is the only colour scheme that looks good, in my opinion. This car should also be pretty quick. As a front-wheel drive vehicle, it is definitely up there in terms of power. So, yeah, I'm expecting this to get into the under 30 club. Whether it does much better than that, I'm not sure. And the closest rival to this car would be the Alfa Romeo GTVs, and they did very well, 29.9. So, if this can get somewhere around there, I'd say we're pretty good. But this, of course, does have the added advantage of the turbocharger. Front-engined, front-wheel drive, 397 horsepower, 1,118 kilograms. I also should mention I'm not a fan of the four-spoke wheels. I know they're iconic, but no. Anyways, to find out how quick the Fiat Coupe 2-litre 20-valve turbo is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. This car is, well, it's not beating that, is it? In terms of where this is going to go, the Alfa Romeo GTV, as mentioned, 29.9s. Wow. Straight away, first lap, 29.9. Straight away. Okay, cool. Yeah. If it can beat that, Mugen Civic Type R 29.791, the Honda Civic Type R, that's at a 29.6, and the front wheel drive champion is still to this day the Alfa Romeo 156. No, it isn't, it's the Fiat Coupe. Wow, this is a quick front wheel drive car. I mean, I had a feeling it was going to be quite quick. Looking at the statistics of this, it was due to be pretty racy, but I was not quite expecting it to be that racy. Very, very good from the Fiat Coupe. Obviously, the question is, can we push home the advantage a little bit more? We can, 29.443. It is a weird one, this, because I wouldn't necessarily describe it as fantastic to drive. It does have a lot of grip and a lot of grunt, which is really nice. The gear ratios as well are pretty nice for this sort of vehicle. But it's not really, you know, there's still a little bit of oversteer occasionally on power there, which isn't great. As we have seen, to be fair though, from the great front-wheel drive cars of this series, unfortunately that trait seems to dial out the understeer, which makes them a little bit quicker, but yeah, even still then, not great. Right, come on, final lap, let's get it together. I know this can go a lot quicker than it has been doing so far. We just need to get a good lap in. That wasn't fantastic out of there, but that was a lot better. It's all about just being as tight as possible through these corners to maximise your speed everywhere you go in this. That is definitely the one thing that rings true. In this car to the line, 29.219. Gauntlet set. I am amazed. You know, the Alfa Romeo 156, when that came round, admittedly was a step change. That was 0.4 quicker than any front-wheel drive car that we'd had prior to it. And this has just moved the game entirely. One of the final front-wheel drive cars to go around this course, and it just decimates everything in its path. That was fantastic. Could have gone a little bit quicker. I definitely think there's a 29.1 sneaking in there a little bit. You know, it was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, definitely. Sector 2, I'm trying to sort of total that up in my head. I'm not entirely, I think I was a little bit conservative on that final lap coming round that second to last corner, but then again, also remember the Sector 1 was done with a lot quicker. So they do sort of impact each other, I do find. But yeah, I think there's like a 29.167 in there if you sort of kept going round and round and round. But I'll take that, 29.219. Excellent time for an excellent car. A 29.219 will place this into 135th place. Goes in between the Nissan Skyline Silhouette Formula and the NSXR LM GT2. It is quicker than a non-race modded Skyline GTR, WRX Wagon, Roof BTR Type 2, Galant Super VR4, quicker than TVR Tuscan Speed 6, the Audi S3, that's a four-wheel drive hot hatch, quicker than Vector M12, Toyota Risto V300. It is impeccable, really. That's right up there with the sort of, you know, you're starting to get to the cream of the crop. It is only about 0.1 behind of a four-wheel drive Golf V6, and I had like 500 horsepower, so yeah, definitely a very competitive car, and absolutely smashed it in terms of front-wheel drive cars. Excellent job from the Fiat Coupe. The 1999 Subaru Impreza WRX STI Sedan Type RA version 6. This is the final Impreza to take on the course. This is Impreza number 28 to do so. There are 28 Imprezas in this game. That is a lot. And despite that, only 2 of them have ended up setting a time under 28 seconds, which is sort of the goal of this car. The reason? Because this is the quickest new Impreza that you can buy in the game. You might think the Coupe version 6 would be quicker, however, this car does weigh less than that one because the Type RA, I guess, is a stripped out rally version, equivalent to sort of like the Evo RS's. This car, so that car set a time of 27.984. The 22B, which is the quickest Impreza, the only one that can get over 500 horsepower, that set a time of a 27.819, which still wasn't enough to topple the Evo 5 RS. So these have been comprehensively beaten by the Evos. However, hopefully we can give the Impreza a good send-off and beat the Evo 6 GSR. That set a 27.949. I think we can do that in this, but we will see. Four-wheel drive, 497 horsepower, 1,058 kilograms. Of course, this car is running the Falcon livery. As has been said numerous times, the 97 to 99 model Imprezas all share the same 2 racing modifications, and the Falcon one is sort of the more iconic of the 2. The other one is like a white and green affair, which is also pretty cool, but it doesn't look anywhere near as good as the rally car inspired modifications you can get on the 94 to 96 Imprezas, which is why I choose those over these ones. Anyways, to find out how quick the Subaru Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 6 Type RA is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Impreza, well, I mean, it hasn't beaten an Evo, so it isn't beating the Escudo, and the Escudo is 2 seconds quicker than an Evo. Maybe the Evo 6 RS will come along and topple the Escudo with how quick the Evo 5 RS was, but I doubt it, but who knows. That would be a fun way to end the Evos off. I can tell you that. Straight away, typical sort of Impreza driving here. Understeery, but very, very consistently good in all the right places. That does mean when you try and push these cars, you can get a few too many issues. It is a little bit slidey off the grass as well, which is interesting. And you can see there, that first sector, that was bouncy. I mean, to be fair, I didn't drive that too well, but also I feel like that's probably where the Imprezas miss out a lot to the Evos, is through that sort of first sector, just because you really don't want an understeery car through this sector. That corner's a lot sharper than you think it'd be, and then you've got this quick sort of left-right chicane, which can really unsettle a car like that if it's bad on the grass. It is a really good test, actually, that chicane. You know, it can unsettle a car if it's sort of not particularly well set up. If a car's understeery, it can't really get the sort of correct turn in. Obviously, again, oversteer is a factor through there as well. It is, you know, people think this track's a gimmick, and I get it, but it actually has quite a few interesting little advantages. And as I do mention all the time, part of the reason we do the corner cuts is it does give you a bit of an idea of how a car drives on the dirt as well, which is interesting to say the least. Bit of oversteer around there, 27.927. I think there's a little bit of time in there. I don't think that was the best lap of my life, to be honest. But I will take it. It was pretty clean, actually. I think that first sector, we really nailed it on that lap, which was nice. So, yeah, I mean, I'll take that. It did what I wanted it to do. It has beaten the Evo 6 GSR. Yeah, I mean, 0.204, I think that's when I did that sort of massive cut through the grass. It isn't as quick as a 22B. It isn't really deserving of getting a 27.8, to be honest, but it is the quickest new Impreza you can buy. It is now the second quickest Impreza that we've tested, and it makes sense, and I'm happy with that. And it's definitely beating, I mean, you know, I say it wasn't the best lap of my life, and maybe it could have gone a bit quicker, but it's still going to go into 22nd place. So there are still only 21 cars quicker than this, so yeah, that's pretty incredible, really, in my opinion. So there you go. Anyways, a 27.927 is going to put this into 22nd place. It goes in between the Nissan R390 GT1 road car and the Roof BTR4 3.8. It is fractionally quicker than the Evo 6 GSR, quicker than the fastest Mitsubishi GTO, quicker than the Impreza Coupe version 6, quicker than the quickest Toyota GT1, the quickest GT500 car we ever had, quicker than the Evo 5 rally car. Again, I mean, it's quicker than a whole bunch of vehicles, so it's hardly like it did bad. It just isn't as quick as the Evos, and that's unfortunately the way this cookie has crumbled. The 1999 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6 RS. This is the final Mitsubishi Lancer to take on the course, and if you watch the Impreza episode from yesterday, you'll know that the Evos have constantly had an advantage over the Imprezas. In fact, the quickest Impreza still could not beat this car's predecessor, the Evo 5 RS. The Evo 5 RS only had about 520 horsepower. This has more than that. So this could be interesting. Technically speaking, though, the fastest Evo is the Evo 6 rally car. That's at a time of 27.7. So this has got to beat that, I guess, to become the ultimate Evo. It certainly has all the advantages, including a very cool racing mod. I'm not usually a fan of the cookie cutter Advan liveries, but this one does look especially cool with the OZ Racing rally wheels. Does look proper. I am a big fan of the Evo 6 RS. Depending on what day you ask me, this is either my first or third favourite Evo. Today, it's my favourite because it's the one on the screen. It is the best looking of all of them, absolutely. I love an Evo 6 RS, and so does the rest of the world, hence why they're so expensive. Unfortunately, no Tommy Mackinnon edition in this game. That would come in GT3, but I'm a big fan of that vehicle as well. Alright, let's do it. Four-wheel drive, 602 horsepower, 1,076 kilograms. Not as many Lancers as there are Imprezas in this game, so these have got spread out a little bit more. Straight away, this is so much it feels ridiculously quick compared to that Impreza yesterday. Just sort of that initial acceleration is mad. Although the gear ratios are short, so maybe that'll pose some jeopardy for this. Anyways, to find out how the Evo 6 RS gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. I mean, the Evo 6 RS, given how quick the Evo 5 RS was, that was actually our leaderboard leader at one point in its life. Who knows? If this turns out to be insanely quick, maybe it will beat that. It won't, but maybe it will. We've sort of mentioned Evo timings before. Okay, there we go. We're done. We're one, we're done. That's it. Show's over, folks. Sorry, Impreza fans. I am one of you. However, this has just gone stonkingly quick. The Toyota Celica rally car set a time of a 27.552. There is quite a gap to get there, but hopefully we can do another lap just as good as that one and see what this can really do. I mean, it is just superb. It is absolutely superb, this car. A little bit sort of oversteery sometimes, but that's only when you really sort of try and take the piss. It is phenomenal around here. It really is. Just the turning grip on this is insane. I'm going to mention that Impreza again. That Impreza was not a bad car. That Impreza was like the 22nd quickest car we've ever had. But the night and day on the turning for this compared to that car is just absolutely out of this world. It is insane how good this is at getting sort of turned in and getting the grip. It is stupendous how good this is. Not even a good lap. That's just set another under 28. I mean, we're one and done by the looks of it, which is a bit of a shame, but what a car. What a phenomenal bit of kit. It's just absolutely... It is Nirvana. It is perfection. Not the band, the phrase, obviously, because I don't like the band. Anyways, 27.627, you know, just one lap, that's all it needs. Just one lap to just destroy everything in sight and sign off. And the worst bit is, if you think that was insane, that's still only the 4th quickest Mitsubishi. It is just absolute insanity from the Evo. Insane. Insane time, insane car. I miss driving these. They are just the absolute best. The absolute best in the world is just these cars. They're just done instantly. That's it. Good night. Show's over. A 27.627 will place this into 9th. It goes between the Toyota Celica rally car and the Vauxhall Tigra ice race car. It is quicker than a Jaguar XJ220, which means it is the quickest road-going car we have ever had in this series. It beats the Evo 6 rally car by about 0.1, beats the FTO GT300. There's a lot of Mitsubishis up here. I don't know if you've noticed. I mean, as a brand, Mitsubishi, you have to say, probably the most successful brand around this course. And they've had some duds as well. There are some dud Mitsubishis. A lot of the Mirage Asphys were terrible, but I mean, you just can't argue with the just sheer amount of cars that they've got. In the top 20 alone, there are... I'm just trying to work this out. I think there's about 8 Mitsubishis in the top 20. Just straight away, just casually. It's ridiculous. What a car. I've enjoyed every second of that. Good night, Mitsubishi. You will sleep well. The 1998 Suzuki Key S. This is the final key car to take on the course, and of course, there was some irony in leaving the Suzuki Key until last. This car is interesting. Looks quite cool. It kind of reminds me a bit of the Suzuki Ignis that we got in this country. I think it was called the Swift in Japan. I'm assuming the sort of styling language for that car was used for this one, although they are two separate cars. A fun fact with this one is Mazda rebadged this as the La Puta. If you're Spanish, you're pissing yourself right now. See, it's not all under 30 club monsters to end this series off. There are still cars like this, admittedly only this one, to finish us off with. Yeah, it's a key car. It's a standard key car. There's nothing special about this. It is the final car that will go around without a racing modification, which is interesting. So there you go. Comes in some cool colours as well. I like this mocky yellow, which is why I've picked it. But it also comes, hilariously enough, in the Evo 6 GSR's like sort of bluish purplish colour. Comes in that colour. So it's basically an Evo. So we can expect this to be monstrously quick, I'm sure. Anyways, four-wheel drive, 187 horsepower, 699 kilograms. I'm a little bit worried for this car after driving all those high-powered Evos and Imprezas and Fiat Coupes. I'm not quite sure how close to the limit we can get out of this, because as I'll discuss in a second, key cars are a fantastic challenge around here. And actually, to be honest with you, I find them these days to be harder. We are a 5-speed. Okay, good. I find them harder to drive than high-powered stuff these days, but I'll discuss that in a second. To find out how quick the Suzuki Key S is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is another Suzuki, ironically enough. However, it is the Escudo Pikes Peak Edition. That car set a time of 25.696, and while I'm sure this will get close to that car, it won't be beating it. In terms of where this is going to go, the quickest Suzuki we've ever had, well, that isn't a Pikes Peak monster, was the slightly wardrobe-shaped Suzuki Wagon RRR. That set a time of a 31.530. I'm not expecting this to beat that. Oh, sorry, 520. I'm not expecting this to beat that, so I've earmarked out some of the Alto Works cars. They said a time of a 31.7 to about a 32 second. So we're already ahead of one of those. If we can beat the Alto Works with this, I'd say that's a pretty good day in the life of the Suzuki Key S. A car which I'm sure most of you have probably forgotten is even in this game, to be honest. It's a car that I see absolutely nothing about, and again, it was actually sold as the Mazda La Puta, which you think would make it like a hilarious sort of meme, but I guess if the Mazda La Puta was in this game, it would be. I'm assuming Polyphony didn't add that A because, well, it's the Mazda version, and despite having quite a few rebadged Suzukis in Mazda's range at the time, there's none of them in the game. It is quicker than the Wagon RR. Incredible. Yeah, despite having a couple of sort of rebadged Suzukis in Mazda's range at the time, none of them are in this game, including Wagon Rs, which were sold as the Mazda AZ Wagon, in case you're curious. And the Jimny as well was sold as the AZ Off-Road. Can you tell I've been doing some beige research recently? So they're interesting, but no, none of them appear in this game. But I'm sure if it was the La Puta in this game, that would be funny. Although I'm assuming Polyphony by Gran Turismo 2 was slightly more multicultural than it was during GT1. So it probably understood adding that car would be a bad idea. Hence why there's also no Pajero. Well, there is the Pajero Mini actually, so maybe. Anyways, no need to worry about something that didn't happen, in my opinion. I'd say that was a fairly competitive, nice key car to round us out. It actually does become one of the quickest. In fact, it might even be the quickest key car we've had. I want to say the Suzuki Wagon RR was the quickest of all the key cars, and now it's just been beaten by a car literally called the Key. See, there you go. Unimaginative name. great performance. Fantastic from the little key S. And the time's all over the place, as I thought it might be. I mean, it probably could have gone quicker if you, like, really focused on it. But again, you know, I say all the time about Sector 1 and Sector 2 not really lining up. And in the case of this car, especially so, because, you know, it's all about carrying as much speed as possible through all the corners. It's about utilising all of the gear, shifting at the absolute optimum point. Because sometimes you could be redlining it and you'll shift and you just lose all the speed, and you'll have actually gone quicker if you just didn't change gear. So, yeah, interesting, but I will take that as an overall time. I mean, if you smashed all of those sectors together, I guess this could have been hilariously fast. Anyways, a 31.442 will place this into 484th place. Goes in between the Toyota Corolla 11 GT Apex and the Fiat Sistento Sporting. It's quicker than the Sistento, and the Sistento was a insanely quick car. Unless I'm told otherwise, that is the quickest key car we have ever had. Again, a car literally called the Key. It is quicker, to put some perspective on you. It is quicker than every single Lotus Elise apart from the Motorsport Elise we've ever had go around the course. It's quicker than all the Chasers. It's quicker than Yaris. Okay, that's not saying much. Quicker than the Plymouth PT Spider. Quicker than all of the Toyota Soras, I think. So, yeah, a mighty quick car, this one. And, yeah, like I say, a fun little oddity. Because from here on out, well, apart from maybe the last car, from here on out, it's all fairly predictable stuff. The 1999 Honda NSX Raybrig GT. The final Honda NSX GT 500 car to take on the course, and of course, the final Honda overall. Raybrig is the greatest sponsor in Super GT history, and while you could say otherwise, you'd be wrong. They always generated absolute banger liveries because it's a purple car, and how can you not like a purple car? The one thing I really like about Raybrig in Super GT is they were constantly changing the livery. It wasn't the same old boring livery rolled out year after year. Red Bull. And so I really think Raybrig is an inspiration to the racing world. You can still release iconic liveries and keep the sort of overall philosophy, but you can keep evolving and you can change it and you can do something different. You don't have to do the same thing every year. Red Bull. And that's what they did. They went through loads of different sort of changes, and they'd keep it for a couple of years and then they'd change it again, and it was really cool. This car also has green wheels, which means it's awesome. The real life Raybrig NSX GT was not quite as good as it looked. It actually finished 11th in the 1999 Super GT series, but we don't really care about that. And in general, the GT500 NSXs, there are 4 1999 cars in this game and 1 1998 car. They are all essentially identical, it's just a livery swap. That being said, on our leaderboard, they're sort of spread out by about 0.4 of a second. That's just because I'm not a robot and I can't achieve an insane level of consistency, unfortunately, but they are all the same, no matter what the leaderboard says. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 617 horsepower, 1,180 kilograms. It is important to mention, out of the mainstream GT500 manufacturers, Honda, Nissan, and Toyota, that the NSX GT500 has been the quickest of all of them. So hopefully that record can continue onwards. The quickest GT500 car overall is the STP Titan Viper, just because that car had an unbelievable level of grip. It was insane, so could not compete with that. But I mean, it's only 0.15. The quickest NSX currently is the Castrol Mugen car. That's at a time of 21.8.151. So who knows? Maybe we'll get close. Anyways, to find out how quick the NSX Raybrig GT500 is, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsport Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696, and even on its 4th go around, the NSX GT500 is not going to be beating that. Of course, I have mentioned quickest car 28.151. So I'm expecting to sort of end up roughly around there, probably give or take 0.1 of a second, depending on what we can pull out of the bag for this car. The NSX is great though. A little bit tricky to drive. It is sort of, you know, it is a very lightweight mid-engine cars, and obviously they do have their issues around here. But in general, the engine on these is super sweet. It's a naturally aspirated engine, which usually is worse off than the turbo ones. But I don't know if it's because of the power or the, you know, the torque or whatever, but it is one of my favourite naturally aspirated engines in the game. It just makes power from absolutely nowhere. It is constantly, you know, delivering excellent performance. The actual sort of overall rear tyres of this as well are a pretty good size, so it means it deals very well with 617 horsepower, which can be an issue with rear-wheel drive cars, but fortunately the NSX does not suffer with it whatsoever. Really excellent car to drive, this one. As much as it does look a bit tricky on the footage, because it is, I mean, at the end of the day, you're still taking a high-powered GT500 car around a go-kart track, but as long as you're not too overzealous with it, it treats you very well. And the proof's in the pudding there, 28.038 for the Ray Brig, and that's all we've got. We got the one perfect lap out of it, and that's all she wrote. But no, excellent car to drive this. I love it. I love it a lot. It's not just a pretty face, it's also a pretty impressive car overall in terms of its lap times. So, and you've got to see on the final leaderboard, that does put it in a very good place, actually. I'm impressed with that. I was expecting a 28.1. I wasn't quite expecting us to get in the 28.0s. The annoying thing about that is, you know, one steering input change on that lap, and this could probably beat the STP Taizan Viper. But I mean, looking at that, I'd say we got fairly close to the maximum out of it. Again, it is only, you know, 0.03 of a second to find there, so maybe, but yeah, I mean, the Taizan Viper is the deserved winner, because it is just insane. But also, we've got 2 more GT500 cars to come, so you never know, maybe it'll get chopped off its perch. I doubt it, but maybe it will. A 28.038 will place this into 31st place. Goes in between the Toyota GT1 road car and the Evo 5 rally car. It is quicker than the Vector M12 LM edition, the Ford GT40 race car, of course the Mugen NSX as well. I mean, you know, it's only fractionally off of the Taizan Viper, the GT1 road car, the GT1 race car. You know, that is a serious time from a serious car. In terms of mid-engined race cars, there's really not much quicker than this. The R390, the Venturi Atlantique, and the XJ220, and that's pretty much it. So, good car, good time. The 1999 Toyota Supra Castrol Toms GT. This is the final Toyota to take on the course, and of course, it's perhaps the most iconic Super GT car of all time, the de facto Gran Turismo car, the Castrol Toms Supra. This one is from the 1999 season, in which this car would finish second in the championship. So a very good result for the Supra, and definitely better than that Ray Brig NSX from last time. However, around our track, this is in for a lot worse of a time than the NSX. You see, while the NSX set a time of 28.038, the quickest Supra to go around our course currently set a 28.782, 7/10 off. So, yeah, also these aren't particularly great to drive. I know that for a fact. They make a lot of turbo, and that does make them slightly uncontrollable. So I'm not particularly looking forward to this one. However, what I do know is it's going to look fantastic doing it. Yes, I know it's an overused, overdone livery, but what a livery. The Castrol colours are fantastic, and it was fantastic up until the point in 2001 where they completely ruined it, and no one likes that car. Anyways, front engine rear-wheel drive, 696 horsepower, 1,150 kilograms, and yes, that torque figure is ridiculous. So, expecting a lot of turbo here, not a lot of controllability. We'll see what happens. Anyways, to find out how quick the Toyota Supra Castrol Tom's GT is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version of that car, set a time of a 25.696. This car isn't likely to beat that. I did mention the quickest Supra, which was the Adenzo Sard, and that set a time of a 28.782. So that's the gauntlet for this car. I don't know what it is about the Castrol Supra, but it just is not, or sorry, not the Castrol Supra, let me not single this car out. The 96 actually did quite well, that set a time of like a 28.9, so Supras seem to be, if nothing else, fairly consistent in the times of the setting. It's just, I don't know what it is about these cars. They just are not as quick as the NSXs or the Skylines around here. And the Skylines, remember, this is GT2 Plus, so they aren't four-wheel drive in this game. So, yeah, I'm not sure what it is specifically about the Supra. Because, again, the Skyline's also turbocharged, and the Skyline probably has skinnier tyres than this one, just because in the base game it's four-wheel drive. But for whatever reason, this one just, it struggles. It's not because it necessarily feels bad to drive, you know, they aren't terrible cars. It's getting turned in reasonably well. It puts its power down reasonably well. I think this has got pretty sizable rear tyres, like the Viper Taizan has, which is the quickest GT500 car we've ever had. There's just something about it which is just not as okay, that was a stab of oversteer there, right when it didn't need to be. Maybe that's part of the reason these cars are slow, because they just get ridiculous oversteer at the most inopportune time for them around the course. In case you're wondering, I could have finished the lap there, but I think it was pretty much a goner, and it would have absolutely destroyed this car's next lap. So, and you know me, I've got to have a bit of a run-up, so I get time to destroy the lap all on my own instead of having it pre-destroyed for me, by me. In truth, you think the biggest enemy in this series is time? It's actually me. I am the biggest enemy in this series. There we go, that was much better there. 28.432. Wow, maybe the Castrol tax is strong with this one. I should mention, despite I'm sure the Denso Sard Supra and the Castrol had wildly different GT500 tenures, the actual cars themselves are identical, it's just the livery in this game, so there's no actual difference between the Denzos and the Castrols. So I do sort of jest when I say that. However, there must be some Castrol tax in there, because that was so much quicker than the Denso Sard. The Denso Sard hadn't even gone round that long ago, so I have no idea what's happened there with that, but I mean, we'll take it. It did feel actually like it could have gone even maybe a little bit quicker. I'm curious to see what the sector breakdowns are on this. I don't think it'll be nearly as perfect as the NSX was. Indeed, it is not. Although it's not a million miles off. Sector 1, lap 4. I don't remember it off the top of my head. Mind you, that was the lap that was looking quite good. But then again, Sector 2 on that lap as well wasn't fantastic either. So maybe that would have been a hide into nothing. I'm not too sure. Would have been interesting to see if we could have crossed the line with that. I would imagine there is about 0.1 in there, maybe, if you kept going round and round with it, but yeah, I'm more than happy to take that, given the fact that it is, you know, 0.3 quicker than the last Supra that went round, which is crazy to me, how much quicker it was this time. And to be honest with you, how much better of a car it felt to drive. It actually felt pretty good the entire time around there. Anyways, a 28.432 will place this into 57th place, goes in between the Nissan Skyline GTR R34 and the Nismo 400R. It is fractionally slower than the Nissan 300ZX FedEx GT500, which actually was a very nice car to drive. Had some great rear end traction. In fact, it's not a million miles off of the Mobile 1 NSX, which is it's the third quickest NSX we've had now. But it still manages to beat one of the NSX GT500s, which before this point, none of the top-line GT500 cars had managed to do, I believe. The closest one was the Artis Excel Skyline, which this is about 0.13 quicker than. So, yeah, great job from the Castrol Tom's Supra, a true Gran Turismo icon. The 1999 Nissan Skyline Pennzoil Nismo GTR GT. This is the final Skyline, final Nissan, and a final race car for us to take a look at in this series, and could it really be anything else? This is Gran Turismo 2's hero car, the Pennzoil Nismo GTR, the icon. Both an icon on the screen in terms of this, and on the racetrack. You see that number 1 there? Yeah, this car won the JGTC GT500 Championship back to back. It won in 1998 with the R33 chassis and in 1999 with the R34 chassis. So a lot of racing pedigree in this car, a iconic livery, and a great story. What's not to like? The driving experience. You see, in GT2 Plus, which we've been using since the start of this, the GT2 Plus mod, it changes all of the GT500 GTRs to rear-wheel drive, which they should have been from the start. However, they have not handled this transition well, because it still has 712 horsepower, and it hasn't got the giant rear tyres the Supra has to keep all that power under check. And so, as a result, around a course with lots of tight corners, like, I don't know, Motorsportsland, it isn't good. So, I'm not looking forward to this, as much as I should be, because, again, final race car should be a momentous achievement. A car that we sort of sit back and relax and cruise off into the sunset, and no, we're actually in for a world of pain here, I feel. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 712 horsepower, 1,200 kilograms, an awful lot of torque, and 6 laps of the Motorsports Land. It is going to get those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version that car set the time of a 25.696. The Pennzoil Nismo GTR GT is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the last GT500 Skyline to take on the course was the Artis Excel Skyline, and that set the quickest time for any of these cars yet, a 28.576, which is quite a gauntlet, because from what I remember, that was a very on-point lap, so need to hope this car behaves itself well enough to pull a lap like that out of it. And in this car, yeah, that's never a given, because even like that was a fine lap. Okay, that was a fine lap, 28.622. I was about to say I didn't think that was a very good one, but it actually was okay. I think it's this first sector, but everything else sort of seemed to come together fairly well for it. The problem with this car is fairly simple. It doesn't like the bumps, it doesn't like the tarmac, it doesn't like the curbs, it just sort of doesn't like doing what it's supposed to do, which is drive. It just wants to find interesting ways to kill you, to be honest. Because it's a turbo, you can't run it in a high gear to alleviate some of the traction issues, because otherwise you'll ruin all your forward momentum. Again, it's not too bad around a normal track. If you drive this around a Grand Valley or a Red Rock or wherever you want to go, it isn't too bad. It's just here, it's not built for it, basically. Admittedly, most cars that run around here aren't built for it, but they handle it damn sight better than the GT500 Skylines do. But that being said, we do have one final lap in this to see. Oh, there you go. Hit the wall. Of course we have to hit that wall for what might be the final time we hit that wall. I feel like it should have really been given a name, because it seems to be a wall that I hit on a fairly regular basis. Could this have gone quicker? Probably. I don't want to find out, because I hate driving it. I really should have, you know... I really wish the Supra was still the cover car in this game, because that would have been the sort of nice car to end this out on, but as it stands, it isn't, and so as a result, we get this. But again, at least it looks damn good doing it, and it does look very good, actually. It's a very cool looking car. Just a shame about, you know, most of the rest of it. A thing that's sort of reflected in the times. Yeah, there's more time in it. To be honest with you, that lap 2 and 3 probably quite negligible, because again, it depends how quick you are into sector 1. Sort of seems to ruin your sector 2 time and vice versa. But I don't ever want to drive that again, so I will take that. A 28.571, interestingly enough, ties it with the R32 GTR. It goes into 68th place. It is 5,000th of a second quicker than the R2 GTR. And yeah, I think we're operating... The fact it's so close sort of shows how close to the limit this I think we're operating. It is quicker than a Jaguar XJR15, quicker than the Vauxhall Calibra Super Touring Car, quicker than TVR Server LM Edition, Mine's R34, CLK race car. So don't get it twisted, this is still a hilariously fast vehicle, one of the top tier, but it's just compared to the NSX and the Supra. I mean, Supra is 0.1 quicker than this. Admittedly, around most tracks I think this would be quicker, and the NSX is just miles quicker than this. It's about 0.5 up the road and a bit. So the NSX has definitely proven it is the best GT500 car out of the big three manufacturers, but as always, we have to crown it. The quickest GT500 car around this track is the STP Taizan Viper. And that means the quickest race car is the Escudo. Who could have saw that one coming? Anyways, we're not done yet. We have one last car to go around. And see if you can guess what it is in the comments. But anyone being observant, you might be able to tell. The 1993 Mazda Lantis Coupe 2000 Type R. This car is also known as the 323F in Europe, and this is the final car to ever take on the Hot Lap Classic Remastered. In case you're wondering why it's the Lantis, why is this the final car? Well, it's fairly simple. This was the first car in the original Hot Lap Classic. When I started this series in 2016, the Lantis was the first one. And so, in this remastered series, it only felt right for this to be the final car. Admittedly, it did take a little time for me to come to that conclusion. It was fairly early on, though, that I decided this had to be the final car. So, your next question might be, why was the Lantis the first car in that series? Well, two reasons. One, I had recently played Gran Turismo 1, and one thing that struck me is how underdog the Lantis is. It showed up in all of the final events, the Gran Turismo World Championships and so on, but it was always the car that ran right at the back of the field because everything in front of it just completely outclassed it. And so I always felt a little bit bad for it, and I always wanted to give this car a little bit of a spotlight. After all, the Lantis went all the way from Gran Turismo 1 to Gran Turismo 6, and in a way symbolising that end of the classic Gran Turismo era and the beginning of the modern era, which doesn't feature this car, which has like world championships and bollocks no one cares about. And so as a result, that's why the Lantis is here. And the second reason is I really like the 323F. I've always liked this car. I always thought it's one of the greatest looking Mazdas that they ever produced. Admittedly, I don't know if I'd ever own one, because the suspension on these is apparently rock hard, and performance-wise, it isn't there unless you buy one of the sort of higher spec versions of it, which there wasn't that many, because most of these had 1.5 litres and about 90 horsepower. But it's a car that I've always liked, and so as a result it made sense, and so that's why it's the final car. Another good thing with this car as well is it contrasts very nicely with the first car that was ran in the Remastered series, which was the 93 Civic SIR2. Both of the cars are from 1993. Both of them have iconic racing modifications. In this case, it has the Castrol livery, which, out of all the Castrol liveries in the game, I think this one might be one of the nicest, with the sort of two stripes. Very simple, but very awesome looking. And statistically, they're also fairly similar. Front engine, front wheel drive, 316 horsepower, 1,058 kilos. Pretty standard stats for a front wheel drive car in this game, and I suppose that also makes it a nice final entrant. It's nothing special, and after 642 cars, I mean, most of them haven't really been anything sort of special, and that's what I like about Gran Turismo. It's not all special cars. Anyways, to find out how the Mazda Lantis goes, it's going to get the final 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set at 25.696. This car won't be beating that. Obviously, I mentioned the Civic. The Civic did have a turbocharger. This is naturally aspirated, which is probably going to help the Civic along. The Civic set a time of a 30.779. I'm suspecting this is probably going to be slightly slower than that, but we will see. What I will tell you, if you want something quite funny, obviously you can watch the original series. It is unlisted, but there is still a playlist on my channel where you can watch the original episodes. And if you ever want to laugh, when the Lantis ran as the first car, I was still attempting to do track limits around here. Yeah, in case you're wondering why we sort of so liberally ignore them on this series and run over the grass, originally when this series started, the whole point was to use the track and to go around as quickly as possible and to almost self-enforce track limits. Of course, that turned out to be a monstrous task and not one that stayed around for long. I want to say it was dropped within about 10 episodes, and so as a result I think this car set like a 35-second lap time or something. That seems to ring a bell. So yeah, that's why on this series we run over the track so liberally. And if you was wondering why at the start of Remastered I sort of instantly know where to cut the course, that's because that was all pioneered in those first few episodes of the original showing of the Hot Lap Classic all those years ago, back in 2016, which feels a lifetime ago, because it was, really. You know, 9 years in the making, and we've finally gone through every single base car in this game, which is incredible. Honestly, it's incredible. And I didn't ever think it was going to happen, so to be doing it, yeah, it's quite special. And so I'm going to savour this final lap in the Lantis, which has been a pretty good companion for my final runs around here. Not really overcomplicated, it is a fairly low-powered front-wheel drive car after all. Pretty reasonable handling, slightly understeering maybe. And again, it really could benefit from a turbocharger, but other than that, good car. 30.948, the final time on the board. It doesn't tie with anything, which is nice, because that would be just my luck. The final car to ever go around here would tie with something, but yeah, that's it. That's the final lap of this series. Remarkable. Alright, there we go. Yeah, good car. Like I say, good car, pretty consistent sort of front wheel drive handling. I'm not sure what the splits are going to say. I think there's possibly some more time in that. Again, I think if this had a turbo, it'd definitely be quicker. Yeah, I mean, Sector 1 there, you're losing a lot of time. Yeah, I think that sort of makes sense. But, I mean, I'm fine with it. If you sort of kept going round and round, you could probably get a sort of lower 30.9. I don't think there's 0.1 in this, to be honest, as much as the time there says, but yeah, still a pretty good time for a pretty good car. A 30.948 will place this into 413th place, goes in between the Nissan Silvia K's 1800cc and the Ford Focus 1.8 Zetec. It is quicker than a Shelby Cobra, a Fairlady Z version S2-seater, a Toyota Supra SZR, the Mustang SVT Cobra, quicker than a Sirion CX 2-wheel drive and a Mazda Demio, but that's not too much to shout home about. It is very slightly slower than the 97 NSX, the 93 Mazda MX-5 Unos Roadster, BMW 328i, Mazda Demio GL. It is fairly average for a sort of low-powered front-wheel drive car such as this. So, yeah, that's a pretty good way to end it, I think, and that's it. That's all she wrote. That is the Hot Lap Classic Remastered, done and dusted. So thank you all very much for watching, whether this is your first episode or you've somehow sat through all 642 episodes. It's taken 21.5 months, but we're finally at the end, the final car, and yeah, thank you all so much for the support on this series. It's insane. I think we've doubled the sub count since this series started back in 2023, and as much as, you know, A-Spec videos, I do like to think this series sort of played a little bit of a role in that as well. So thank you all so much for supporting. Thank you to the channel members for paying me to do this. And yeah, of course, this might not be quite the end of the Hot Lap Classic Remastered, of course. There is, of course, mods being produced every day for this series, and you probably know quite a famous one, and yes, those cars will be taking to the track soon. For now, I have to admit, I am going to take a couple of weeks off, I think, and just bask in the glory of this being done. But we will return, and potentially even with some content that isn't just hot lapping, because people have been asking for it. If you have any ideas going forward of what you'd like to see, then please let me know down below in the comment section. And yeah, I've said it already, but thank you all so much for watching, for supporting, for liking, for subscribing, all the rest of it. Yeah. Join me next time, where there will be no next time. Until then, farewell.